across the Wayland Consortium. Built to last.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Netrunner players. We're here in scenic San Francisco for the 2024 Netrunner World Championships. My name is Cranked, pronouns he, him, and I'm joined by...
Juniper, she, her.
And we're here for, what is this, round 7 of...
Round 7,
Round 7 of the Swiss rounds here at the 2024 World Championships, and we have a good one cooked up for you right now. Let's go to the table. We've got Timmy Wong on your left, and we've got Lisan Al-Jaib. We've got Jai coming in all the way from Singapore on your right. Jai representing ASA Group that we were mentioning in after the lunch break, and similarly, we have Timmy Wong. That your eyes do not deceive you. That is Isla Bios Rahim Simulant Specialist.
No idea what these decks are doing, honestly. I mean, I can guess for ASA, but I'm really unsure what Isla was doing. I'm really excited to see it.
I am too, and speaking of Isla, we're seeing her ability fire off right now. Timmy Wong looking at the top 6 cards of his deck, deciding what 4 cards he wants to tuck under that ID. Those 4 cards, he can spend a click to pull them out from under his ID and add them to his grip. Trying to decipher what might be getting shuffled back into the deck here. I saw a Simulchip amongst them. June, what would you be looking to tuck under your ID? Granted, we're in the dark, but what sort of cards would you be looking to tuck under your ID in this
I'm really not sure, because most Isla decks are usually doing something combo-based, and so you usually want to put a combo tool under your identity. You want to put down, I don't know, if you're doing the worst version of this deck with a deep dive, or maybe that is what this is, you put a deep dive under identity, then you can never lose it to net damage, and when you do want to do it, you just pull it out real quick. Maybe, oh, it looks like we're getting a... No, because you have to shuffle it back in your deck. Sorry, my brain immediately went to Mulligan mode.
Yeah, Mulligan happens next. So for those of you who have not played BIOS before, the first thing you start a game is a little bit different than usual. You're going to start by shuffling your deck and pulling those top 6 cards, choosing which 4 of them you want to tuck under your ID. Then you're going to go to your initial opening hand. Then you can decide if you want a Mulligan. So you have a little bit of shuffling to do up front at the beginning of this game. Meanwhile, Jai just over here, patient as ever. Jai flew a long way to get here. Oh, thanks, Timmy. Thanks so much. I happened to catch an Euler in that opening hand amongst all. Let's take a look. That's a Tacobi. We got a VR-cation. I think I saw a Simulchip under there as well. Twitch chat.
Thank you so much.
You can rewind the feed, Twitch chat, and let me know what I may be missing there.
Someone clip that section.
Yeah,
actually, don't, because then everyone will be able to see what comes. But,
meanwhile, on the other side of the table, Jai representing ASA Group, HB, sort of reminiscent of the old Haley Kaplan ability for those of you who are playing in Sand Cycle.
Yeah. Jai not giving us a big good look at his cards.
No, Jai much less forthcoming with the contents of his hand. But Jai, very well known for playing ASA Group. I believe his decks typically revolve around cards like the Hollow Man, really just trying to set up a number of remotes that are just annoying enough for the runner to check that they eventually lose steam and can't check all of them.
It looks like we didn't get a mulligan, so here we go.
And we're off. Jai starting off with the opening draw, and let's see what he can come up with here. Generally, with ASA Group, you are looking to stick a high-value asset behind a piece of ice very early. Rashida Jahim going right then into the server. And then protected by unknown ice. Absolutely.
Yeah, because you can install it with the extra click from ASA, so you can get something down really fast.
And then we're going to see an ice and
Protect HQ.
Protect HQ as well.
And then... Oh, another one. A naked install.
Curious to disrespect the R&D run against a Shaper opponent. This would smell like Jai just kind of banking on Timmy not having a trick shot, or at least not being scared of the trick shot on turn 1. Looks like we're going to go to...
Trick shot could be pretty good if Timmy can put down something that like can get into a server, because you could trick shot and then get into the server as well, since trick shot lets you do an extra run. Oh, is that that's an SMC?
That looks like a copy of SMC. Here's a Miss
Bones.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good
Bones
against Ass.
Bones is very, very good in this position.
Bones is 12 credits that you could use to basically trash anything on the board.
Here's an overclock. We're charging the remote. This makes sense. We've got this SMC ready to go.
Forcing the res, which is pretty smart at this point. Tattoo Bola.
Here's Tattoo Bola.
Right, yeah.
The Econ card disguised as an ice. Very, very, very strong in ASA Group. This is a really good way to get an ASA Group trigger on the runner's turn, because when you swap the Tattoo Bola back to your hand, you're reinstalling the card. That does count as an install for the purposes of ASA Group. Here comes Cleaver.
Cleaver with the Simulchip from using the overclock money to install a Cleaver, and then break the Tattoo Bola.
Yeah, makes a quick work of the Tattoo Bola.
Does Jai have something to do stuff with the Tattoo Bola yet?
It looks like he does.
Swap stuff around.
That looked like an MIC coming down in front of the server, though I didn't get a good look at it. I also saw a ablative barrier in Jai's hand as well. And now Timmy's going to access this Rashida, and I cannot imagine this Rashida is long for this
then
world.
installing a second card there too. And there's the Rashida. And spending one to trash it.
Yeah, right to the bin she goes. Today she did not get the job done. Timmy going to pass the turn back. Jai
That's a
drawing
really
card.
good feeling start right there.
Absolutely.
You got the Miss Bones down, you've got a Cleaver down, and you've already run through stuff.
Here's a copy of Spin Doctor. I'm going to draw 2. Jai just explaining the ice and the order in which he installed them off of the tattoo bowl. It's kind of an odd interaction.
Let's see.
Timmy, not sure exactly what Timmy's tracking with that. Potentially what turn the ice was installed on.
Could be, yeah.
Jai continuing to draw up. This sort of would suggest that he's trying to fix his hand with the Spin Doctor.
Yeah, he might have been really counting on that early Rashida and didn't expect the standard Shaper SMC play something that gives you credits.
It's a very old school style of opening play. Let's just get some fake credits, charge the remote, see what happens. We've got tools.
Charge the remote, use the SMC. It's what you used to do with Stim Hack.
Absolutely,
doing
yeah.
it with overclocks, honestly. I've mostly seen people do it with trick shots, so it's fun to see it done with overclock.
Yeah, and you don't even have to take a core damage to do it with overclock.
It would be very fun if Timmy's version of Isla was just, I made a normal Shaper deck, just a normal old school Shaper deck that does good Shaper things, and we're about to see everyone find out that, like, actually you don't need all these new tools. Just play normal Shaper
Yeah,
stuff.
just play normal Netrunner. Just click for credits, just draw cards, break ice, and just do it the old-fashioned way, the way we did it back in 2015. It's like a turn is back over on Timmy's side. We're going to run the Spin Doctor.
Oh, he is going to force the trash.
Yeah, it doesn't tax Timmy at all, aside from the Miss Bones credits.
It does mean that you don't waste the Spin Doctor, and potentially later you can shuffle the Spin Doctor back in with another Spin Doctor.
Or Ablative Barrier is
Or
another
Ablative
really
Barrier,
good way to
true.
get the Spin Doctor back in play.
Or if you're running Restores or anything like that.
Yeah, Restore, another occasionally popular option in an ASA group. It's another fun way to get an ASA trigger. And
Oh,
it's
I did see a deep dive, I think, in Timmy Wong's hand. So
That's
I
a
guess
good one
we're
to know
going for
about.
that, yeah. Guess it is doing that. All right.
VR-cation, very interesting. Timmy going broke, but it allows him to draw 4 cards to end his turn.
Yeah.
I think that does put him over on hand size, so he's gonna have to pitch a couple to the bin.
Let's see what he pitches.
Caught a Stone Ship in hand. I think he's still got that Oiler in hand from the from his opening draw.
Stone Ship's great against anything that would kill, but it's
Oh.
not necessarily the most useful here.
Yeah, I think it's mainly. I would guess that it's mainly going to get used for the draw
discarding
too.
the Oiler.
Discarding the Oiler is very interesting. Oiler does not match up too well with a lot of the HB ice, at least not initially. Gatekeeper, it's pretty ugly against to begin.
Perhaps he has like a Simulship in hand or something and could potentially SMC and Simulship.
That would be my guess as well. Sometimes the bin is the best place for your breakers
Especially,
to be.
yeah, because you want Oiler on the turn. You're going to use
Yes,
it.
yes.
But he really needs to find a way to get some money.
Yeah, Timmy going broke for that one, although Timmy very notorious for loving to click for credits. Anyway, we're going to see Jai make a new remote. Let's see if he uses the ASA ability. He's going to protect that one. Jai looking to set up for a big fully operational at some point. That's the big key card that ASA group decks.
There it is,
Speak of the
fully
devil, he
operational.
shall appear. There's fully operational. It's going to be 3 triggers. Jai can choose to either draw 2 cards or gain 2 credits 3 separate times.
So with ASA giving you a new server that you can put an ice in front of basically every turn. If you want to, you can install an asset or an agenda and then put an ice and then do that every turn. You can make a ton of servers that have at least one ice protecting them and get a huge fully operational.
Yeah,
server.
fully operational, just infinitely scaled. It's almost never a dead card, and it's generally the card that
All right,
ASA
we've
decks
got
rely on.
Dirty Laundry and R&D. Seeing a Mavirus. Interesting.
Yeah, Mavirus.
I don't know if that does anything against this sort of Shaper.
I would guess not. Shapers are not immensely reliant on viruses, although we have seen some of the lat decks be on Fermenter today, which Mavirus is happy to make quick work of. Now, that does mean that the top of R&D is fresh. Timmy could run back for a fresh look. Chooses
Looks like
not to.
Sure gamble just to get all the money. So I guess that turn was just credit, Dirty Laundry, sure gamble.
That's what it would look like to me, too. Pass the turn back, and it's over to Jai. Jai would,
Worrying to do that with all of those face-down cards on the field.
especially with an upgrade in one of them, it would sort of suggest that Jai has some sort of Hollow Man possibly, or some sort of scoring tool in one of those remotes.
Yeah.
There's
I'm
a lot
not seeing anything yet. There was no res at the beginning of turn, so no cohort.
Correct.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or it could be on the field and is just being left for now.
The other card that I
See.
could potentially see being in one of these servers is a card like the Powers That Be, another very,
Yes.
very
Yeah.
powerful card in ASA
Powers
group.
That Be is fantastic in this sort of a deck.
Yeah. There's a second fully operational. Jai must be thrilled to see that one so soon.
Yeah. Powers that be, or what if team sponsorship was more fair? Would it still be broken? The answer is yes.
I believe the fully operational Jai drew 2 credits. Now he's got 4 triggers off that fully operational. So draw 2, gain 6, net 5, I believe. Fully operational costing 1 to play.
He's got tons of money. He's got cards all over the place. He's in a great spot. All right, and there's a 3rd card in there. So I'm guessing there's maybe some sort of defensive upgrade on there along with a Hollow Man or something.
That would be a good guess. I think Managarm, Skunkworks, or Anoetic Void could be a possibility, although Void might be stretching it with influence. Let's see what Timmy chooses to do in this situation, whether he chooses to try to contest this remote or is content to continue setting up.
He can keep hitting R&D, and we know we did see the deep dive in hand, and right now there is nothing on the main servers to stop that.
Correct, yeah.
If he has a way to hit the 3 main servers, you could just deep dive at some point.
Yeah, HQ is only 1 ice deep, and there is an SMC on the board. Plenty of money. You got to think that Timmy can get through there.
If you can get a way to get an extra click and like you hit R&D, see a couple of agendas, you can just end the game like that.
Absolutely.
With deep dive.
Yeah.
It's tempting in those scenarios to just keep hitting R&D and try and get out an early win, but it's dangerous because you're letting all of that go uncontested.
Yeah, absolutely. And Deep Dive is generally considered a finisher in a lot of these decks, not an opener. Now, sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures, but...
Yeah, but if you hit R&D a few times and see some agendas, then you're in finisher range, and there's nothing on R&D.
Exactly.
Right now.
I saw Timmy glance at his ID cards.
Right. He is grabbing...
There's a simultaneous... Ooh, there's a copy of Takobi. Very underappreciated card from, I believe, Katara Cycle. It's it gets power counters whenever you fully break a piece of ice. You can spend 2 of them to give a non-AI icebreaker +3 strength for I believe the remainder of the encounter.
Takobi. So this is at this point, Timmy could technically break anything. SMC can go get another icebreaker, and there's the Euler in the bin for code gates. So technically, Timmy has some sort of a rig set up.
He does. I wonder if Timmy is potentially biding his time until he gets another card like an overclock or like a trick shot that's going to give him, for lack of a better phrase, fake money to use on that SMC.
Could be. Let's see what Jai does here with his massive number of servers. Are we going to see a res? Are we finally going to see something that's in one of them?
Jai furrowing his brow. He's in the tank a little bit. The score here looks good. Even if you do powers that be is not, it's pretty good because you can recur the Rashida from the bin or the Spin Doctor, both of which are quite strong.
I have an important question while we wait.
Yeah.
Do you think, oh, there's a Spin Doctor.
There's Spin Doctor.
That means there's nothing in that server to worry about yet.
Not yet. It makes me wonder if that was a bluff, if he thought Timmy would try to go for it.
Leaving the other Spin Doctor in archives, that's... I assume trying to get it out later with powers that be.
I think so. Something like powers that be or ablative barrier would be my guess. Sometimes those cards are more accessible in the bin than they would be in R&D.
Well, while he shuffles, I have an important question. Do you think it means anything that above Jai's head is just written Chads?
Let's find out. Let's see how the game progresses, and we will see if this is some foreshadowing. Above the man they call Lisan Al-Jaib. There's the Hollow Man.
Oh, boy. And moving it, is that going to be a score?
Hollow Man.
Okay.
What a juke from Jai. Putting the Spin Doctor in the 2 deep remote, potentially the agenda in the 1 deep remote.
Let's see. This could be a... Hollow Man does...
It's going to be 3 advancements.
So 3.
Yeah.
So this could be a full like Iqawa here.
So we're going to put 4. It looks like there are 5 advancements on that card. Could be Iqawa Project. Yes, it is.
Yes, it's an Iqawa. Oh.
And there is a powers that be trigger. Got to think that one of the Rashida or the Spin Doctor is coming right back.
Putting the Rashida probably in the same server that the... Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 deep. That makes sense.
Really miserable to get in there.
Now, Jai did spend quite a bit of money to do this. I believe he is down to 5 credits on his side of the board, but getting the Iqawa Project scored is often one of the hardest jobs for these Asa Group decks.
It looks like Timmy's just counting which cards came out of the bin.
Okay.
To keep track of like which cards were installed by something like that.
Gotcha.
Or such. So.
Timmy, an extremely methodical player, very thoughtful in his lines of play.
Only 3 credits. You could probably get in to trash the Rashida. I wonder if that's a trap, if that's just going to waste your time. It always feels worth it to trash a Rashida, but I wonder why 3 credits. Oh, 3 credits is perfect for a Gatekeeper, though.
It's also perfect for a Gatekeeper. Ablative Barrier is also online here.
Oh, it is online.
Yeah, we are. I believe Ablative Barrier is threat 3, if I'm not mistaken. We may want to get the card text on the board before I commit to that answer. It is threat 3. Thank you, Stream Team. Yes, Ablative Barrier is active right now. The very powerful barrier from the most recent cycle, able to recur cards by just a simple 2-cost res.
If I were Timmy, I'd be much more worried about a Gatekeeper, though, because I don't know how you deal with Gatekeeper at 6 strength.
Correct. Euler is an answer, not an ideal answer per se. Euler not exactly matching up great against the on-res extra strength that Gatekeeper gets.
Let's see.
Timmy pondering his options. Hand resting on a copy of Dirty Laundry.
Dirty Laundry going for the Hollow Man.
I like the play here. The Hollow Man is how this game can spiral out of control very, very quickly in Jai's favor.
And he might have been reading the Rashida as a bait, as saying, come in here, come and get me, and knowing that there's probably something that can give some sort of value if he hits it, like a Gatekeeper.
Looks like Timmy is taking back that Dirty Laundry, so we may be thinking better of this line of play. What would you be what would you be thinking about from Timmy's position here? There's a lot of unknown information on this board.
I'm not sure. I feel like you have to start pushing on things, especially at 3 credits. You have to start pushing into some servers and trying to hit stuff. Okay, Dirty Laundry R&D instead.
This makes sense
that's
as
the
well.
safe option. Yeah.
There's another
Seeing a
Rashida. Gotta think this one may go to the bin. Looks like it will.
You gotta trash that.
Yeah, Rashida
Although
generally.
that makes the ablative so much worse, because you hit the ablative and you can just put the Rashida in the Hollow Man server, especially if it's last click.
Yes.
Now running on the
Now we charge the Hollow Man.
Probably, I guess Timmy was probably very worried about losing the credits from the Dirty Laundry.
Yes.
And also Dirty Laundry took him down to only a few credits, which might not have been enough to easily trash the Hollow Man.
Yeah.
If you get its cheap ice rezzed, you break it, but you can't trash the Hollow Man.
Correct. Jai in a tough position here. I think he just has to let the Hollow Man go, and it looks like that is the option.
So Mrs. Bones can trash the Hollow Man.
Yeah. Any installed card is what Miss Bones can deal with. And looks like about 7 credits left on Miss Bones. Timmy back to pondering his options. I believe he is down to only 2 cards in hand, and that is kind of the tightrope that you must walk against these Asa group decks. They go very, very quickly, and you often do not have time to draw a lot of cards.
And you got to see this as a big opportunity with the Corp only on 3 credits. This is your opportunity to push on stuff and not be scared. You not suddenly run into a Brawn or an Ansel or something much worse.
Yes, worst case scenario, I think you nailed it on the head. Gatekeeper would be a little annoying for Timmy to deal with from this position.
Yeah.
Be a lot of cards going into Jai's hand between that and the Rashida trigger.
But you got to start running eventually, because that Takobi has to get something. All right,
Yes.
here we go.
So
with 1 click left, so I'm guessing. Oh, there's the Tatu Bola.
Here's Tatu Bola.
1 credit.
Now, this is a really interesting. This is a really interesting fork here. Timmy could just let this fire, but Jai is going to get the Rashida credits next turn if he bounces off of this.
But if he goes through it, then the Tatu Bola can get returned to hand and potentially get more credits, which could res something behind it.
Exactly. It's sort of a catch-22 here, if you will.
Interesting.
Really interesting position that Timmy is in here, thinking about whether or not he wants to go through this economy card and ice kind of all mashed up into one.
Looks like it's going to bounce.
He's going to bounce off of it. Okay.
And then install Stone Chip? Okay, all right.
Path the turn back. Timmy's last card in hand appears to be a copy of Deep Dive. Here's the Rashida trigger. 3 credits, 3 cards. We're going to go to our mandatory.
So with no Hollow Man anymore, Jai has to have something to be able to replace it. Another Hollow Man, obviously, of course, but can't score out this turn, most likely.
Most likely. I don't believe he could score an agenda from this position, especially being this low on credit. So I would think that Jai likely to just use this turn as a building turn. We're going to stuff a card in that remote. Let's see if there's an upgrade or an ice he wants to put with it.
Let's see. I'd love to see one of those fully ops he shuffled back in. immediately get you back to a ton of credits.
Yeah, fully up is down to only 3 triggers here, but that can be solved very, very quickly.
I wonder what that upgrade is. Probably a Skunk Works. You can't have 2 Hollow Men installed on the same server and only res 1, right?
They are not regions, so you can have 2 installed, but only 1 can be res as he is unique.
Really? So you could just put 2 Hollow Men in the same server like that?
You could, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I believe the only card type that actually checks for other card types in the way that you're describing would be specifically regions.
Yeah.
That limit 1 region server is essentially game rules text rather than text that only matters on res.
And it's unique, but unique only matters on like res. You can't
Exactly.
keep res to unique.
Yes. I don't believe Jai is opting to use his Asa trigger with that that card that went in the. Or I could be wrong here. I don't.
He hasn't put a card in.
He hasn't put a card in
Okay,
the-
putting
okay,
a card on R&D.
here's
Putting
R&D.
another card on R&D. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
That does. There's a lot of cheap ice. It's going to ruin Timmy's day a little
Yeah.
bit.
On a 3rd card in a server. Okay.
Maybe.
Oh no, wait,
And
hold on.
Maybe not for this entire turn.
Taking the entire turn.
Okay,
back.
we're gonna undo turn, as if this were JNet. We're gonna try this again.
Interesting.
Jai, that initial play that Jai chose was, it read a lot like a lot of deference to something like Deep Dive, at least to me. Let's see what he chooses to do instead. Looks like he's setting up a brand new remote with his Asa ability instead.
I'm guessing. Well, I assume because this is the mistake I would have made, but oftentimes you install something above, you pay the 1, and then you realize now, okay, wait, now that I've paid the 1 for installing in a second server, I can't res something important. So,
Ooh, here's a copy of
a
Wage Workers.
So install, and then you get the extra click
Now
from
here's our
Wage
Wage
Workers.
Workers click. Oh,
And a fully up.
up.
Oh.
Pure
That's so much value.
Value.
Oh.
HB players love it. Runners hate it. 5 fully operational triggers. That is so much money. Jai started that turn on what, 4 credits, and half this board state not being there. Wow.
Jai has to be looking for a trick shot at this point. That's got to be the main card you're looking for, because you need the extra credits so that you can get stuff with your simulchip or your self-modifying
the SMC.
code. You need the potential multi-access. You need to start building so that you can't deep dive unless you already have something to
Correct.
do afterwards.
It would be very, very unlikely to win off of just a deep dive with no other agendas touched.
Like you said, deep dive is a finisher, so you have to have the agendas. You have to have a couple of agendas already.
Correct.
Let's see.
Looks like Timmy popped his stone ship to draw 2 cards. Didn't get a good look at what those were. So we have a deep dive and 2 unknown cards. We're going to charge HQ.
One in HQ.
Shuffling through his hand, thinking about what Timmy may access if he is able to get into HQ. There's a copy of Drafter.
It's a drafter, so Timmy's going to have to SMC for Sentry Breaker.
Yeah,
if he
some sort
wants
of
to go
killers
through that.
or some way of dealing with this Drafter. You can't let this one fire.
With the 2 Rashidas in the bin, definitely don't want it. And with you can just get a fully op.
Exactly.
Back,
Yeah, you
which is
can.
Really bad.
Yeah,
That could reinstall a Hollow Man and get a fully op back is just miserable.
you're just burying the runner in tempo.
There we go. There's the pay for the SMC.
Yeah, here's the SMC. Let's see. I'm curious what his killer is going to be. Echelon tends to be quite popular, but wouldn't be great in this position.
You might have to.
Looks like there's an Ika. There's also a
A
copy
revolver.
of Revolver.
Okay.
All right. Yep, there
That's
is the
gonna cost
gun.
2, and then
I believe it's going to deal with
2 more.
I think it's 2 credits and 2 power counters
2
on
credits,
the
2
revolver
power counters.
to
Okay.
deal with this
break
drafter. So not,
Get into hand.
and it does get to Kobe 1 power counter.
It does hurt a lot with how much that costs.
It does. Jai with plenty of money left over for Boar if Timmy wanted to check any other servers this turn. See what he accesses. There's a Skunk Works. Not enough money to trash that one. Miss Bones won't help you here. Boy, the Sentry is probably the last thing Timmy wanted to see from this position. Forced him to use that SMC. I would think a lot earlier than he would like, but
It feels like he's making a lot of calculated gambles, and all of them are paying off as badly as possible.
yeah.
Sometimes when you're playing Netrunner, you're pulling the lever on a slot machine, and every single time you're thinking, this is a safe thing that I've figured out the odds of, and figuring out the odds doesn't mean they can't always end up against you.
We see Timmy with a little shake of the head there. He did not want to see a drafter in this position. He knows that this is starting to get dire for him. Even on just a purely board state level, you look at the playmat on your left and the playmat on your right, and kind of tells the tale of this game so far. But this is Netrunner. It's never over until it's 7 points or one player's dead. Just charge the wage workers. Gutsy. I like this.
Only 2 credits in hand. That's a brave move.
Yeah,
Although,
this is gutsy.
if it gets rezzed, Jai is extremely low on credits. What could this be? What could really hurt at 6 credits? I mean,
Brawn's not the worst thing, I don't think.
Brawn would be great for Timmy, because if you res
Goes
Brawn, you go broke, and then
Yeah.
you can do whatever you want. You can blow up the powers that be. You can run on that new remote.
As strange as it is, Ablative Barrier might be quite bad here as well. It's going to
That could-
further stretch Timmy.
And it could put a Rashida into that server that's so already iced up that Timmy doesn't want to do.
Absolutely, yeah. And likely gives Jai another Asa trigger in doing so.
This is the sort of pressure I like to see, though, considering how many credits does the Corp have? How can I try and make sure that they don't have those credits?
No, we're
Alright.
going to see no res, and the Wage Workers hits the pin.
So I'm guessing it was something like a Brawn, something big that was expensive and difficult. All right, and then we see telework, and then click the telework for
All right.
3 credits.
Timmy's got to be breathing a sigh of relief that ice is not face up at the moment that was protecting the Wage Workers. Passes the turn back. Here comes Jai.
Let's see. Is that going to be, Hollow Man instant score? Some awful thing?
The Hollow Man would be quite committal. I think the Hollow Man costs 2 to res and 4 to activate, if I'm not mistaken. So Jai may be a bit short on money after the drafter res to threaten a score here, but we'll see what he cooks up. I think Timmy appears to be thinking about something here. Looks like we're going to pop the Simmel chip to get that Oiler
Oh,
play.
because SMC was already trash this turn, just to get
exactly.
it out on the board.
Not ideal. You really want that first line of text on Oiler to be relevant that allows you to break for free the turn it's installed.
But with the SMC gone and there being no console yet, you have to get something out there so you know that you aren't going to later have to blow up your revolver.
Correct. This is probably the safest time for Timmy to utilize that Simmel chip. Jai looks like a copy of Nico campaign, a few pieces of ice in hand. I believe I see an MIC. I see a card stuffed into that remote.
Not sure what that was. I'm
No
guessing
Asa trigger either.
that new one was the Nico campaign from where it was in hand, but that's a pure guess.
Yeah, that would make sense. Just more things that Timmy would awfully like to trash and may not have the time to do so.
He has a sweet setup. It's not a great suite. He really needs something to make it go faster.
Yes.
Even just like a trick shot or something.
Yeah,
He could
trick shot would be a real shot in the arm here.
Was he running R&D? Is he just rushing R&D? Or running...
Jai setting his hand down. Now, the hand motion suggested a run, but it doesn't look like we're heading anywhere quite yet.
Let's see. Thinking through everything really carefully.
This is Worlds. You want to make sure you get it right. Looks like
Okay,
what is
draw.
Draw Dirty Laundry.
Dirty
Not bad here.
Laundry's- Yeah, it's dangerous to play that on a server because with 6 credits, then your opponent isn't rezzing something and just keeping you out. It's rezzing something and really, really denying you a bunch of credits.
Yeah.
But you do have archives open. Alternatively, you could Dirty Laundry into HQ, which would get you another Takobi counter.
It would.
All right, we saw taking a credit.
Yeah. Is Anacom.
Anacom, and then I assume
I would guess
the
the Dirty Laundry.
here. Yep,
Very
Dirty
well
Laundry
sequenced.
archives. There we go.
Perfectly
Cool,
sequenced
for 5
from
credits
Timmy.
and a draw.
Looks like we're going to pass the turn. Ooh, that's a copy of Chrysium Grid in the bin.
Interesting.
Very unusual to include in an Asa group
It
list.
could be.
Is that a concession to deep dive, you think?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. With so many lat deep dives running around, easy way to do that.
You called it. There's the Nico campaign. That's going to be credit positive.
Well, wait. If the Nico campaign is there, then what's in the server above it?
Could be the
'Cause I thought
Skunkworks.
that was Nico, okay. Right, there was a Skunkworks. Could be that. I assume Jai's currently looking for
Second wage workers. Could it
Oh.
be, or could it
Are
be
we
an
gonna see the
agenda?
four
Looks like an agenda. Is this an off-world office?
Off-world office, which gets all your credits back.
Brutal for Timmy. And the powers that be is going to go off. Now the heads-up play from Jai could be the Chrysium grid. Let's see what he chooses to value on this powers that be trigger. Got a lot of options available to him.
Looks like he's installing something from hand. You know, from
It's
archives.
like reaching for the bin. I think the archives looks.
Yeah, Rashida.
We're gonna go for the Rashida. Now we could still install something from hand here. I don't believe there's been an ASA group trigger. Does not appear to be one though. I think we're content to pass the turn back to Timmy Wong.
So you have to be thinking that wage workers is the most dangerous thing on the board because
I think so.
I mean, technically, right now you're probably safe because there's a Diesel.
Yeah, it's a copy of Diesel. There's a.
And there's the trick
There's a
shot,
trick shot.
which I almost certainly wanted earlier.
Yeah, we may have something cooking here. Trick shot also a really great way to deal with wage workers, particularly with a full rig.
You could we might see a trick shot into the wage worker server, or honestly, even into the server that has the Rashida in it.
Yeah.
Because right now there isn't a threat of winning, I don't think.
I would be surprised. It would take something like a biotic labor or a piece that neither Timmy nor us have seen.
There's
That's a copy of Imp in
Yeah.
Timmy's hand.
Huh.
The very, very gorgeous Alexis Spicer art. Oh, Timmy reaching for the Imp. There's an Imp.
Fascinating.
Awesome. Look at that hungry little guy. So
And
cute.
Imp, click 1.
Diesel looks like Diesel was click 1 and
click
then
1,
Imp
yeah.
was
Click
click 2.
See, I feel like you have to make sure you aren't running last click here is the thing.
Agreed.
Because if you run last click and you hit an ablative barrier.
It may be lights out.
All right,
Here's
there we
trick
go.
shot.
Trick shot. Yep. Okay. Will we see a res here?
Jai sitting on 9 credits here, although he does have 3 coming in from this Nico campaign, assuming that it lives. I would
But he
imagine
also
a
has
res.
he also has the Rashida, he has the Nico campaign, all the money, but he has to protect both R&D and the server with the wage workers.
Yes.
So if those two items add up to more than 9, he has to figure out which one he wants to res.
It does not look like Jai is resing. Timmy going to see 2 cards and he has 6 credits sitting on this trick shot.
All right, 2 more. Seeing an agenda here would be incredible.
There's the Hollow Man.
Hollow Man.
Gotta think that one's gone.
Interesting. Yeah, you gotta blow that up. Yeah. Couldn't you use the Imp? Oh, and there's the Imp to
There's
blow
the
up
Imp to
fully
blow up
op.
the fully op. Couldn't have drawn it up better if he tried.
All right, now
Let's see where he
I
goes.
assume going for the wage workers, but I could be wrong. He could push the Rashida or something.
Now, plenty of resources on Timmy's side, although none of them truly liquid. 4 credits still sitting on that trick shot. 2 credits in his credit pool. What's the worst case scenario for Timmy to run into in this position? Maybe something.
I think it's just ablative barrier.
Ablative barrier would be pretty bad.
Because ablative barrier can put back down a Hollow Man, and
Yeah.
then you lose. Because then if the Corp can
Yes.
have an agenda, they just install,
Correct.
score it. Like
Yeah.
that puts you in a point where if the Corp gets an agenda, you lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aside from that, there's some really big and scary ice, like anything that's a really big sentry.
On cell,
Console
perhaps.
would be really annoying, but I think weirdly the tiny little ablative barrier is absolutely the scariest.
Such an unassuming card, and yet capable of doing so much damage.
Did the trick shot not fire? Did he? Oh no, he's choosing to run the.
He's running the Rashida.
There it is. There's the
the
ablative.
ablative. What are we getting back?
What's he gonna get back, and where's he gonna put? Oh, he's putting a Rashida over
Second
there.
Rashida.
Okay, and trashing the powers that be. So he is just desperately looking for his thing. I wonder if the ASA has one fast advance tool. Because I've seen some sort of this kind of deck running like one fast advance tool
A
just as a
biotic labor.
finisher.
Yeah.
A biotic labor or something, or if you have the influence like an audacity, which usually isn't the right idea, but it can just win you the game instantly.
We're going through the ablative, going through the Tatu Bolo.
Getting even more money, and then...
Now, it should be noted that second Rashida in the One Eye server is not rezzed.
Ooh, and there's the... Okay.
Now, we can pay through the Skunkworks, and we
Can he?
I believe so. I think we have 4 credits. Actually, do we? How many we spent? No, we do not. I think we're 1 credit short. Brutal. Looks like we're down to only
He's
about
got more money here.
Yeah, and we're down to about 5 minutes left in the round. Timmy in dire straits here. Still with 1 click remaining. Let's see what Timmy chooses to do with it. We're going to run the Nico campaign server. And we're just going to concede it. Pass the turn back. Rashida's. Did we not fire the Rashida? There, you called it.
I called
Biotic
there it is.
for
Biotic
Project
to score.
Vitruvius.
Yep, there it is.
Jai with an absolute clinic on the Asa.
Yeah, I feel bad for Timmy Wong. That was a beautiful deck, and it was beautiful to see it, but every single time just having the SMC and needing to find a trick shot or an overclock and not being able to see it, or running a server and running to the exact dice you didn't want to see. It felt like the worst feeling with a deck like that, where you have all the tools and they just never come up at the right time.
But masterfully played by Jai. Like I said, an absolute clinic. That's exactly what these Asa groups or Asa group decks are trying to do. Just bury the runner in tempo, saying, here's a bunch of must-trash assets that you just have to deal with, or else I will just steamroller you by effectively taking 4 or 5, even 6-click turns as the corporation.
And then at the very end, when you think you might have a chance to try and desperately pull out a win by like catching them while they're trying to find all their tools, you just score out of hand.
There's the rug pull of the Biotic Laver, absolutely. So congratulations to Jai. Jai maintaining his undefeated record thus far, 7-0, locked for day 2.
Beautiful
He's
game
locked for day 2 right now. It's about as good as a performance as he could have drawn up. So
beautiful game from both of them. Really
absolutely,
fun play.
absolutely. Timmy far from out of contention. Only 2 losses. He's still a long tournament left to go. A lot of time left. Anything could happen in a tournament this big.
As a reminder, you need to make day 2. You need 7 wins. Because at minimum, the minimum you could possibly make the top cut with is 10 wins. 10 wins.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Yeah. So you need 7 wins. You need 7 wins in order to have a chance of making the top cut on the second day. If you have less than 7 wins, there's no possible way you could make top cut. So
correct.
You don't have to come back tomorrow.
Yes.
You should, because there's a lot of fun events and a lot of fun stuff happening, but you don't have to compete in the main event tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, like I said, congratulations to Jai for continuing his undefeated streak. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Don't go too far. Grab a drink, do your Duolingos, and we'll see you back here in a few.
Yeah, see you then.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner World Championship. I'm Orbital Tangent, he, him, and I'm joined by a very special guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, nice to be here, Orbs. I am Cobra Bubbles. People may know me as a UK organizer. I'm also the lead editor at NSG, current Scottish regional champion, and judging here this weekend.
Have to give your accolades before we get into it, don't you?
Of course.
All right, excellent. So as a fellow TO here, runner of OTG, shout-outs to OTG, I had to have you on here just real quick to give a quick shout-out. It turns out you're going to be helping with a very special event coming up here soon. Do you want to go ahead and talk about that?
Yeah, that's right. So it's UK Nationals coming up in 1 month's time on the weekend of the 15th, 16th, 17th November in Bristol in the UK. Set to be the second biggest tournament of the year, assuming we sell about 5 to 10 more tickets between now and then. Yeah, it's going to be really, really fun. We've got 3 days of competition, similar to Worlds. We've got a team event. We've got a standard main event, various side events, including the much vaunted Classique on the Sunday. Yeah, lots of players coming out from around Europe, from across the pond as well, here in the States, hopping over. And of course, the many leading lights of the UK Netrunner scene. And this is all coming off the back of the regional season that was really successful, over 150 unique players across 6 regionals. So yeah, we're really excited about it. It's going to be a good time.
That does sound really, really exciting. So about how many players do you have signed up for that right now?
We have about 100 signed up right now. So
Excellent.
yeah, we've got capacity for up to 150. We're expecting somewhere in the region of 120, 130.
Okay, I was about to ask you if there was a cap on that tournament, so you did hear it here first. UK Nats is capped at 150. So you said you're expecting 120 players. So those tickets actually looks like could sell out.
Yeah, it's true. We currently we're selling the 130 to start with, and we've got a few buffer for various other reserves and eventualities. So yeah, so there are about 30-ish tickets still actually on sale.
Excellent, excellent. Is there anything else that you wanted to mention about the UK Nationals? Anything special that people should know?
Just that it's a really great way to cap off your tournament season, especially if you missed Worlds, if you've been watching the stream this weekend and thinking, gosh, I wish I was there, but it's so far from wherever I am in the world. Maybe Bristol is a little closer for you, and you can come and hang out with us. And if you like the sound of my voice, you'll hear a lot more of it as I'll be on the mic running things at that event. Yeah, it'll be a good time.
Okay, excellent. Well, so I do want to thank you from the bottom of my fellow TO heart there, Cobra Bubbles, for being on and telling us about UK Nats. Everybody, if you are excited for that, make sure to get your tickets. It looks like and sounds like they're selling like hotcakes. Again, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and cut away and get back to the next game real soon here. So everybody, go ahead and keep watching. Our coverage of the 2024 Netrunner World Championship will continue. Thank you, and always be running.
Hello and welcome back to Netrunner Worlds 2024. I'm Juniper, she, her, and
I'm Cranked, pronounce he, him. Happy to be
we're
here.
here on round 8 out of 11 of the day.
Yeah, we're deep in. We're in the tank now.
It's real fun. I think there's only one team remaining undefeated, or one player?
Two. There's two. I believe Sokka and Jai are both undefeated at this point. So just all the credit in the world to them. But there's a lot of other players still jockeying for position out there.
And
We're about to see two of them right now.
It's real exciting.
So on your left, we have I Heard Nerfs. And on your right, we have Zinchling, a.k.a. Chris McLennan. Zinchling representing Asa Group, who we just saw last round, played by Jai.
And I Heard Nerfs representing Ken, my boy.
Tenma, finally.
I love Ken so much. I'm so glad we get to see Ken in a tournament.
Yeah, Ken Tenma, very old school ID, 45-17. Gain a credit the first time you play a run event each turn. Ken loves going fast, he loves running, and he loves aggression.
Most importantly, 17 influence, so you can include 2 more influence of random cards that you don't
absolutely.
need.
That could be anything.
So much fun.
Buy events, Maker's Eye, 2/3 of a trick shot, I guess. A lot of options available to you. Meanwhile, Chris is Asa, a little bit different than what we saw piloted by Jai last round. I'm excited to see exactly what sort of brew this Californian has brought to the table in his home state Worlds. I believe these two players are familiar with each other, quite jovial. You can see him joking around a little bit before the beginning of the match. I'm really excited for this one.
It's always fun when you get to the top tables and the players there, because all the best players in Netrunner know each other because they're the best players in Netrunner, and it ends up being like, oh, hey, I know you, of course. You're my buddy who we see at Worlds and then compete against each other in the top cut.
We'll see a friendly fist bump between our two competitors, and we are underway, starting us off with Asa Group.
I think I see a Rashida in the opening hands for Asa.
That does look like one of the very old school, I think it's the first ever NSG Alt-Art Rashida. Meanwhile, a quick turn past the turnover to Ken Tenma. Here's a sheer gamble to start us off, a little bit of money.
Interesting that Zinchling took a credit as part of
his
opening. I wonder if he's trying to hide something behind a specific piece of ice.
Could be.
The only piece of ice he could find was a brawn or something. Oh, and going down to...
Here's a Baya Bands.
Using it to install a...
Looks like Class Act.
That's so good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Paying less for Class Act feels so good.
Yeah, and me, especially with that sheer gamble, having been fired on first click. I believe we saw fully operational on the top of the deck. A very powerful operation that we saw kind of carry Jai in the last round there. Other cards in I Heard Nerfs' hand that looks like a Miss Bones. There's a second copy of the Class Act as a Bravado. Looks like Dirty Laundry on the far left side of his hand. Here is that Miss Bones.
There's the Miss Bones. Definitely something you want to get down early so that you can start using it against Asa.
Yeah, Asa,
it was even
full.
In the last game, we saw how much use it got. It lost like at least 10 credits.
It did.
Playing one card for 8 credits is incredible.
Here's the draw 4 at the end of I Heard Nerfs' turn. We see a
trick shot,
Mystic
so
Man.
Right
Yeah, trick shot probably the marquee run event in the metagame at the moment.
And definitely the one you most want to see as Ken.
Here's Tranquility Home Grid.
Okay. Install, get some stuff. Made a new Asa server.
So we're going to pass the turn back. Only 2 cards left in HQ for Zinchling.
Taking another credit.
Yeah. Generally, you want to try to, in my experience, you want to avoid trying to click for credits or trying to manually click to draw cards as much as possible, especially in a faction that's so efficient as HB. Let's see what Zinchling's cooking up. Just choosing to value his credit pool more than anything else.
It could be flooded.
Could be, absolutely.
Often what it indicates.
Excellent poker face if that's the case, though. I would never guess from that body language that he's flooded.
All right, playing a Bravado.
Here's
there
Bravado.
We go. Okay.
Hold my wine. He's going in.
Let's see.
Here's Gatekeeper.
Ooh, that's a rough one to see, especially if Zinchling's flooded here. Gatekeeper lets you shuffle from your hand back or only from the top 3?
From your hand, from HQ,
from HQ
or Archives.
Or Archives.
If that ever becomes relevant.
Yeah, that's great to see if you are flooded.
Absolutely, yeah.
It is pretty good to get it out of the way early as her nerfs, just to be able to get that, know that's there, because now it's 1-0 strength.
Correct.
So if you put down a turtle, if you put down any code gate breaker, you're in a good spot.
Looks like Zinchling choosing to shuffle in no agendas, just choosing to end the run.
Interesting.
I'm going to access 1 card. That
An Audacity.
Is that Audacity? Is
I
that
think
what
that was an Audacity.
Wow.
That was the alt-art Audacity.
A truly audacious include, very non-standard. We mentioned that Zinchling.
I mentioned it last game, and
Yeah.
I was like, you could do Audacity, but you probably wouldn't. That's probably bad. I feel bad now because this is fascinating.
Yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, I mentioned in the jump, Zinchling's list a little bit different than Jai's, and we're seeing it in full view right now. Here's Mystic Miami.
Good to have for Econ. And then, a second class act.
Oh, we're going to overinstall the class act.
Draw 4
Yeah,
more.
Unity, looks like inside job, pinhole threading, and I didn't get a good look at that 4th card. The inside job is definitely a good one to know about, but here is Rashida Jaheim getting the
The
job done and
pinhole
then
threading is
some.
also definitely going to be used for something here.
Oh, and I see-
having a pinhole threading is always great.
We see a cohort guidance program rest on Zinchling's side of the board. Another accelerant for the Asa group.
Trying to draw as fast as possible. Is just pure fast advance? That'd be fascinating.
So my understanding is Chris wouldn't elaborate too much on what his deck was doing when I prodded him about it a couple of rounds ago, but I have it on good authority that it's a little bit of a brew. So I'm excited to see what comes out of this.
Well, it's doing well so far.
Yeah,
He's
so far
6
so
and
good.
1. Yeah.
We're choosing to
Let's see.
draw. I can't tell if that was a click draw or if that was the Mando. You get the cohort guidance draw as well, choosing to send a card to the bin in exchange for 2 credits and another card. Here's
All right,
an
new-
install.
New Asa server. He did get that fully operational near the beginning, I believe. I don't think there was nothing that could knock it off the top. So
Correct.
he does have 8 credits or more cards just sitting, waiting for him to play the card.
Could be choosing to value those as bounce back credits after an ice res or 2.
True.
Here's another remote.
Oh, there's the fully
there's
operational.
fully
so I'm
operational.
assuming that's going to be probably just credits, but who knows?
Yeah, Chris has drawn a lot of
5
cards.
things.
Drawn a lot of cards this turn between the cohort and the Rashida, so it looks like it's just pure money.
Yep.
Yeah.
8, so 8 on 5. Well, 8 on 5, that would be draw 2, or maybe I miscalculated.
In any case, turn going to get passed back over to I Heard Nerfs. Another Bravado sitting in hand.
That's so much money.
There is a Unity in hand as well, although we're just a bit shy of being able to install the Unity and Bravado past that Gatekeeper. And this is the tightrope that you walk when you play against Asa. There's a lot of valuable assets that you want to get off the board ASAP.
If you can find anything else, like a Dirty Laundry, or literally any run event. I mean, even the trick shot does it because that just gets you a little bit of credits, I think.
I wonder what this uniced remote server is at the bottom of your screen.
I'm not sure. Probably just a...
Could be Spin Doctor?
It's probably just a spin
Yeah.
doctor. It's not the worst thing to play trick shot, hit R&D, and then just check that server.
Yeah.
Because it's the sort of thing you would usually check anyways. Oh, a pinhole. So this is going to force the res if that's a spin doctor, because you can't let it just sit there and get
Correct.
trashed.
Yeah, there's no window to use the Spin Doctor.
Oh, he doesn't res?
Skunk
Oh,
works.
interesting. Goes to the trash.
Got to be happy
Okay.
to get that one off the board.
Probably the scariest thing out there right now.
In terms of defensive upgrades, probably so.
Let's see. And that does get a credit. Well,
It looks like we played it off of the Ken credit.
yeah, he didn't use the Mystic Mania
Yeah.
credit. Interesting. Let's see.
Shuffling the Unity and that Bravado to the side of his hand here.
He has to be thinking about how to get that Bravado down. Because
Inside-
if right now, nothing is safe to run on, but if he can get that Bravado played, then he has... oh, there it is.
Here's
Okay, so
Unity.
that's 3. Now, if he can...
Here's
Trick shot. Okay. Oh, and then is he going to trick shot into the Tattoo Bola?
Looks like Tattoo Bola.
And-
Can't tell what that is.
Interesting. Is he going to trick? Yeah, he's going to trick shot into there using the
Yeah.
Unity to break it. Smart play.
Really heads up play here to clear the...
Spending the rest of the trick shot money, so he doesn't even
Tranquility
have to
home.
use Miss Bones money. Oh, he's low on credits.
Bit low on credits, yeah. And we can't fire the Bravado in this position. We don't have enough money up front.
With 2 credits, he can with 1 credit, he can fire the Bravado next turn.
Yeah.
Because he needs 2 credits to break through the Gatekeeper, and he's going to get 1 for the Mystic Mamie, and he's going to get 1 from playing the Bravado. So he'll be at 4. He'll need 5 to get through the Gatekeeper.
Yeah, this is a really cool line that I think I Heard Nerfs is taking. It looks like he's choosing to bide his time on the very powerful run event in Bravado. Really doing a good job to obfuscate how many credits he actually has available to him at this point in time. Meanwhile, turn gets passed back to Zinchling. Cohort guidance program still cooking along. Here's another card going behind that gatekeeper with another ice to protect it. We're just going to refill these servers, pass the turn back over. Let's see what Ken can do from this position.
Trying to stop that server from whatever's in it. Let's see. Draw with the class act.
Can't get a good look at what those cards are.
Looking at his hand.
I wonder how many inside jobs I heard Nerfs is running. That's a really fun and interesting include here.
It's a great include, but you have to have the money to do something after you do the inside job.
Correct. Here's a copy of Dirty Laundry. Let's see where we're headed. I would get, looks like R&D. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Here's a Spin Doctor.
Ooh.
I think you can trash that one. There's 2 credits available because we can't use Miss Bones. But we're just going to leave it.
Interesting. What is he looking for?
Here's Boomerang. Let's see where the Boomerang's going.
Where's he going to put that? Boomerang lets you break 2 subroutines on anything, so he can put it. Okay, so he's going to put it there. So that lets him get into that server. He could, in theory, just bravado here,
this
actually.
feels like we're the bravado.
Yeah,
there it
'cause
is.
You break the first one with the Boomerang, and then the second one with the 2 credits and the Unity.
Credit perfect.
And then you can break whatever's in there with the Miss Bones.
Yeah.
And that's going to be 8 credits off the bravado, which is so good.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive.
Now, if
and with
this ice is more than 3 subroutines, it could be good.
Yeah.
Nope.
Just a Tattoo Bola.
I mean, that's not the worst thing to see.
No, not even close.
The worst thing to see is the corp. Like, it's annoying that you don't have something, but it's at least something there.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's going to get in.
Ooh, Skunk Works.
Ooh.
Brutal.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Well, it's not the worst thing because the bravado does still fire.
Yes.
You still get the bravado credits, and you know now what's in that server. You know you're not immediately about to get Hollow Man to 3 points or something.
Now, an interesting note, Zinchling did not opt to pick up that Tattoo Bola when it was passed.
Yeah.
Which is, could that be a tell that there's no ice in HQ?
It could be.
All right, looks like we're going to continue to draw off the cohort guidance program. Now that looks like a new remote.
Okay, new remote. Yeah, all right.
Install the Spin Doctor, draw 2.
Run out of space on the playmat.
You may have called it. Seems like maybe it may very well have been flooded. Not choosing not to bounce a Tattoo Bola when it's being passed is a big warning sign going off in my brain.
Yeah, it definitely means something. Ooh.
Here's fully operational.
I wonder if we'll see Zinchling draw up here in order to discard some stuff and shuffle it back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave the modes on the fully operational. Pure money again. I did not see any cards moved to the grip. And it looks like we're going to pass the turn back, so we did not overdraw. So may not be flooded after all. See a twinning off this class act draw.
Definitely would be good to get that drawn, especially with nothing on R&D. It would feel great to have that twinning on the board. But with no credits right now, 3 credits, if you play the twinning, that puts you at 0 credits.
Looks like 8 credits. I think there's a 5 below those.
Never
3.
mind. Okay, play the twinning. Hell yeah.
Couldn't tell what I heard Nerfs took. Let's see if we get a better look at the hand and we can figure that out. I'm going to draw again. That's a copy of Career Fair.
Well, if you took the twinning, that feels great.
Absolutely. Draw again. What are we digging for, I wonder? Here's Career Fair. And there's Earthrise Hotel. Okay.
I mean, it's good to see with Career Fair. You can start getting those Class Act 3-card draws.
Oh, yeah.
If there's something specific that he's looking for here, that's really good. We still have no points scored. We're 10 minutes into a round against 2 decks that are seemingly wanting to go really fast and no points scored.
Yeah, I think I heard Nerfs is kind of sensing a little bit of hesitation from Zinchling and is saying, you're not presenting a threat to me, so I have no reason to play more aggressively than I need to here. Let's not overextend.
Zinchling has so many credits.
Yeah.
And hasn't done anything with them yet. I'm curious if that's like, if there is a strategy or if it's just getting flooded on ice or, well, not ice, like getting too many things that aren't ice or something.
Yeah, we're more money than we could possibly know what to do with as ASA group.
I did not do mandatory. You are right. Thank you.
We're going to click one draw. Here's an install.
Install.
So we're paying 2 for this ice install, I believe.
And then Are we finally going to see an ice on R&D, or
Yeah, really disrespecting the trick shot here by leaving R&D open.
no, putting it in a server?
There's an MCA,
MCA.
austerity policy.
Oh.
This appears to be some sort of a click crunch deck.
Oh, that
So
hurts.
here's your scoring strategy. MCA austerity policy, the very powerful asset from the Red Sand cycle, so one we will not be seeing in Standard for too much longer, but this is a must trash, I would think.
So what could this be doing with MCA and Audacity? I don't know what the
Yeah,
deck is doing.
I'm excited to see where this one goes. This could be going in any number of directions.
Cohort, MCA, Audacity, none of these tools mean anything to me. I see them all and I don't know how they fit together. Looking at the puzzle, but with half the pieces missing.
All right, looks like I think we see a diversion of funds moving to hand off of the Earthrise Hotel draw.
If you can get, say, like a boomerang or something down, that definitely feels great with the doof.
Although a little less good when we're only working with 3 clicks off of this MCA austerity
Yeah, and
policy.
also with the Corp having 15, 19 credits. It's not,
Yeah,
not this
just a
good.
few. Just a few.
That server doesn't look impenetrable, though. It's big, but 2 of the ice are really easy to break if you have a barrier breaker.
Yes.
If Iron Nerfs can put down a barrier breaker or something like that.
We do see a Fractor in hand. Kurapira on the far right side of I Heard Nerf's hand. That's going to pretty cleanly deal with this Tattoo Bola and any future Tattoo Bolas.
7 credits isn't much, though.
It isn't. Here is
There's the
Kurapira.
Kurapira.
Here's pinhole threading. Okay, this is
Interesting. Okay, running on there. To trash the MCA, I presume?
MCA would make the most sense on the on its face. Let's see what I Heard Nerf chooses to value in terms of the trash. It's gonna be
Oh, it's gonna be,
the Skunk Works.
interesting.
Fascinating. Let's see what comes of this.
Oh, inside
There's
job
inside
into there.
job.
Because you go past the first one automatically, so you are absolutely going to get in there.
Yeah, you should be guaranteed we're gonna and we're gonna bypass probably one of the scariest pieces of ice, Brawn 1.0.
So 1 to break that, put a counter on Kurapira. That feels great. And then 2 to break Gatekeeper. And
There's a
then
Project
there's-
Vitruvius.
Can you imagine how many counters you could have put on that Vitruvius with an MCA?
Too many. Too many.
I feel like I don't know if that actually wins you the game, but if you get more than 3 counters on a Vitruvius, I feel like your opponent just looks at it and gives up.
It's a spiritual victory, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you see in Netrunner and you're like, I give up. I can't beat this, even though you probably could. It feels bad.
Yeah, the psychological damage is just much too great.
Exactly.
So turn pass back over to Zinchling.
Let's see.
Again, worth pointing out, Zinchling still choosing not to bounce that Tattoo Bola back to hand, even when the runner is passing it.
New install. The Brawn is really annoying as the runner here because
yeah.
Kurapira is not good at breaking that.
Especially on the outside of a piece of ice. There's no way, or on the outside of the server, rather, there's no way to get a Kurapira. If the ice were flipped, you could get an extra Kurapira counter on the way in.
Was that a Hermes? Hermes would be so good.
Yeah, Hermes would be pretty backbreaking in
I
this
think
position.
that is.
It is Hermes.
Oh, that would hurt a lot. There's so many unresed ice on the board that if you get that down, you can just start. We'll see. I don't know if he took it. He might have shuffled it back in. Nope, there
Looks
it
like
is.
it is
That's
in
in
hand.
Hermes in hand. Yeah.
But we don't have the money
He
to
doesn't have the
afford
money
it.
for. He doesn't have the money for it. He does have. If he wanted to be very, very brave, he could just throw a bravado at something. He's at 3 credits. It's not
like
the
it.
best decision, but it will get him a bunch of credits.
And how thematic with a card called Bravado.
It is fitting. It's also maybe busted, but it is fitting.
Yeah, I think I Heard Nerfs is really looking for something to kind of just press. Is looking for a release valve to press to get some credits and get these credits off of Mystic Miami as well. Really, any money event will be enough. We do see that
There's a
Bravado in
mutual-
hand.
There's a mutual favor too, I think. I think that's a mutual favor.
It is a mutual favor on the
So
far
that
right
can
side.
get him his other icebreaker. He can have the whole suite out,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Most popular killers in Criminal, I would expect potentially Carmen, potentially Echelon, if we're willing to splash the one influence for it.
Potentially Revolver. Oh,
Here's Hermes.
Click for a credit and then play Hermes. That's a specific type of play where you're just saying, go ahead, do your fancy
Yeah.
tricks, play whatever you want. I'm going to make you suffer for them.
Exactly.
You get to sit back. You can spend your next turn clicking for 4 credits, and you know your opponent's going to have a bad time.
It does look like Zietschling
putting-
is suggesting a score here, putting an advancement counter using the cohort guidance program.
Click 1.
All right, ticking up the MCA,
Click 2.
and then
Oh, here's a pop. There's a lot of
popping
clicks
the MCA.
available.
Okay, so that is
So you should have 5 clicks after
5
this.
clicks.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So could threaten an Ikoa project
he could
score here.
score the world's largest Vitruvius
Could score.
again.
There's a seamless launch in hand as well. There's even more advancements
Oh my
available.
God.
Here is the seamless launch.
Is this going to be the world's largest Vitruvius?
That's
Or just an equal off.
5. Here's powers that
Powers that
be.
be.
I'm going to score Vitruvius.
Oh no,
It's a Vitruvius.
It's a big
Wait,
old
wait,
Vitruvius.
wait,
I believe there's
hold on.
2 counters on it.
He can't use the Vitruvius before the powers that be. Well,
I
it
don't
wouldn't
belie-
matter.
I don't
It wouldn't
believe
matter.
so.
No.
And
Okay. Is there anything from Archive? Is there an agenda anywhere?
MCA likely going to be installed off of the powers that be. I'm wrong. It is
Skunkworks.
Managarm Skunkworks going into the remote server.
In theory,
bounce something.
no, he only has 2 clicks left. If he had one more click, he could have installed an agenda and scored it out.
Now, it is worth pointing out there after the powers that be trigger, runner gets their on-score triggers, and here's the Hermes. So the HQ ice is going to get
He
bounced
does
back
still
to
have
hand.
2 clicks, though, so
Yes.
he can just put something
Plenty
down.
of time to reinstall.
Let's install.
And there it is. All
In
right.
this case, Hermes is less of a huge
Right.
the tempo check on your opponent,
Yeah.
and more of just a
All right.
waste your time.
Yeah.
Make sure you figure out how to get a bunch of clicks thing.
Zietschling saying, you're a runner, you get 4 clicks. That's cute. I'll take 5.
Let's see. That's 3 credits on the Mystic, so he needs to do something this turn, or else he's going to start paying for that.
We see another copy of Hermes. I got to think that one might be headed to the bottom of the deck. There's looks like there's a boomerang,
Ooh, there's a
mutual
boomerang.
favor.
Boomerang plus Bravado is really good here potentially.
I have 11
But he has
credits.
no credits right now.
There's absolutely no money to speak of. There is a diversion of funds in hand as well. Diversion not looking horrible here,
Yeah, I
albeit
mean,
with no money to break
boomerang,
an ice.
Boomerang plus Doof, not the worst play here actually.
This Bravado is also free off of the Mystic Miami.
Yeah. All of these are pretty good options, but you have to get the money to play the boomerang in the first place.
Correct.
Yeah, and right now, all he has is the Mystic Mamie money, and the Mystic Mamie only gets money from running archives, or looking at.
Looks like
archives.
just checking
Okay, just
the
looking at
face-up
archives.
archives.
Yeah. So I guess he's checking what could be taken from the archives.
I guess I got it.
Wait, what about the Audacity?
What about the Audacity?
Could he get that? He can get that out of archives at any moment,
Oh, certainly.
and potentially get back whatever he throws away with the Audacity.
Yeah, Audacity not looking like a card with a downside when you've got 2 Vitruvius
Oh,
counters
did we
available.
just get a Bravado
Yep,
play?
looks like we're going to see a Bravado.
I think he just bounced off the Brawn
It's pretty good.
naked.
Well, the Brawn, that first subroutine would fire, although Chris has really, or Zietschling has really been signaling that there's no extra ice in hand.
Yeah. Okay. Then
Second cohort.
so I think he just ran the Brawn with the Bravado and
Just to
pulled
get the
it.
money?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It could be a different server, but that's what I'm thinking.
Looks like one cohort's going to trash a card. Now, the second cohort, I believe, can just flip that card right face up right away for an advancement counter.
He can also get those cards back with Vitruvius.
Yes.
If this deck's entire plan is just score out the world's largest Vitruvius and then use that to use your discard as a second deck,
Yeah.
that is very fun.
Click 1, I'll draw a card.
Looks like first click, Zietschling is going to take a draw.
Okay.
2, I'll install a card.
Install in there.
Lost the trigger.
Remote looking relatively safe at the moment. Here is the second MCA austerity
MCA.
policy. So the click crunching is back on the menu.
It's annoying, but honestly,
4 cards in hand.
I'd be more worried about other things. The fact that it's not immediately threatening a score means you, even with just 3 clicks, you have another turn to set up.
Yes.
And Iron Nerfs has the money now, has the breakers, has the things to potentially take advantage of that.
This could also be a signal that
2
Zietschling
clicks.
is ready to go with an agenda in here.
2
Here's
clicks
diversion,
to diversion
of funds.
With the corp only on
Ooh, MIC.
MIC, but is that a?
It's a code game.
It's a code game,
So
so,
we
you can break it with
Yep.
Unity. And you do have one click left, so it can't be. It can't be.
This will not.
You could break it, but yeah, and that means the corp's going to go down to like no credits here.
It looks like good. Spending last click to run one of the cohort guidance programs, and that program is over.
Yeah, the corp now has 2 credits.
What a turn of events.
Well, I mean, the corp can just get a fully op out of
That's true.
archives
That's
and make a
true.
ton of money in one click. But it does spend a Vitruvius credit,
Yes.
which can be a huge deal here with
Yeah.
what we've been saying about Audacity and all these weird tools in archive. Yep.
Are we spending? It looks like we might be spending both. Vitruvius?
No,
oh, no, it's Spin
it's a
Doctor.
Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor.
Okay, yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, those Vitruvius counters are very precious resources, and I got to think that Zinchling is going to be quite judicious with his use of them.
It looks like he really wants to draw the fully op here so he doesn't have to recur it or such. So that's probably why he shuffled in his deck looking for a top deck. Did he get it? Let's find out. Because top decking a fully op immediately puts you right back where you were before the diversion, the doof.
Zinchling looking at his hand, pondering the options available to him. And replace what was a cohort guidance program. We're going to continue clicking the MCA austerity policy here. It's
And
fully
there it is.
operational.
Oh,
Back-breaking.
that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, and you can see the little cock of the head there from I Heard Nerf saying, man, I thought I had that credit pool emptied out. What happened?
All right, let's see where this goes. I'm really curious what route I Heard Nerfs takes here, because he needs one more. He needs one more icebreaker to have the full icebreaker suite out. He has the mutual favor in hand, so if he runs a central server, he could potentially do that. Ooh, getting rid of the powers that be.
Yeah, the
it was
powers-
just installed naked. Makes sense. Oh, going for the cohort.
Let's go for the cohort. Now, there is an upgrade there. There's a drafter. Oh, no.
Oh no!
Oh, that was worst case scenario.
Oh. How do you not try and put down the?
Yeah, especially I Heard Nerf's got to be looking at that
Taking
mutual
this-
favor saying, I could have just grabbed
He
it.
took a seamless launch back in hand.
And that could be a very strong signal about that unres card.
And what does he install?
Install another face down card here. And
The one really good thing here is that but it puts an ice in
It
front
does.
of it because it's
Asa Groove.
Asa.
Yeah.
I was about to say that you can just run it afterwards, but you can't here because if that's a drafter.
That's a Mavirus. Okay.
Virus. Okay, so that's nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that does a single thing in this matchup. But Cohort's Guidance Program, I guess that mission was accomplished, but really paying the price to do so.
One click left. I mean, if you hit another drafter or worse, like an Onsel or something, you gotta feel like it's the end of the world.
Yeah, Onsell could just be game ending if it trashes a program here. Looks like we're just going to take a draw from the Class Act and pass the turn back. Here is Rashida Jaheim. That was the install off of the drafter.
1, 2, 3.
I think Chris has drawn multiple cards a turn every single turn in this game, or at least close
he's
to
gone
it.
through so much of his deck at this point. If you're the runner, I feel like you have to be looking at that and just saying, how have I not seen all of your agendas? Where are they?
2, pop it.
MCA gets
MCA
pulled off.
gets
All right,
popped.
what are we going to see?
Okay, we're at 5 clicks. There's a lot that could happen here.
We're at 5 clicks, 2 Vitruvius counters.
which represent anything.
Just 8 something cards in hand or whatever. Oh,
Chris,
this is
Zinchling
worrying.
just in full command of this game. Here's Greasing the Palm.
great start here. Greasing the palms is non-agendas.
It's
It's anything.
Yeah, it's anything. Red
Yeah.
level clearance is not agendas. Greasing
Right,
the Palm,
so-
you can install anything.
Wage workers. All right. So this can get more clicks.
More
if-
Vitruvius counters?
That's one install. So we have one operation, one install, 2 advance,
Luminal!
3 advance.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
Oh, you thought I was done? Here's 3 more clicks. Casual 8-click turn, no
Did
big deal.
Siege just make a deck of putting every card in that says gain more clicks?
That's what it would seem.
Oh.
Once again, you get a 4-click you get a 4-click turn. That's cute. I'll take 2 of those things.
I am going to.
Now, it is worth noting that Zinchling, in no threat of scoring out this turn, there would be a big problem if he happened to do that. Luminal Transubstantiation has other text on
You
it.
can't win the game right here.
Correct.
There's
There's
he
still
could-
a lot of
he
damage
could,
that he could do.
mutually assured destruction into end of the line with the influence he doesn't have.
You know what? If that's the line, you've earned it.
Yeah.
Mission, well done. Hats off.
If you've earned it, and then also we're immediately going to disqualify you for spending too much influence. in your
Yes.
deck. All right, what's he getting out
deck
of
check?
archives?
Yeah, here's a Vitruvius counter. Let's see what it is.
Having a
Take a Rashida.
Rashida, okay,
Let's just
yeah.
foot on the gas pedal firmly.
Go ahead. Install.
installing that in the big server.
I'm going to go ahead and
And then a piece of ice in front
Yeah,
of the
that
wage worker.
lets
Just
ice
make
up the wage
everything
workers.
miserable to get.
2 clicks left.
We still have 2 clicks left over.
So much.
Oh no, MCA.
I feel
It keeps. Oh, he's used MCA twice. I heard Nerfs is going to be stuck with just
oh,
2 clicks.
God. And if he has all of this drawn stuff, he can potentially be threatening like
This is
something on
very
the next
yeah.
turn.
With you can if you have one seamless in hand, you can threaten double seamless with the Vitruvius counter.
Yep.
It's usually very. Oh, never mind. We're going to use the Vitruvius counter proactively to get back fully
Like a
operational.
fully op. Okay. And immediately play it. I feel like this is a very different ASA list,
Yes.
but also I feel like we've kind of watched 2 very similar games of an ASA deck just tempoing so
Yeah.
hard against a runner that's doing a very good but more standard deck and
Yes.
just can't get a foothold against an
Yeah.
ASA that's just zooming so
The
fast.
same words, but the different font.
Yeah. Both great decks with great pilots and an ASA deck that's just going so fast. And so
I'm just happy I
And,
can
and
do that.
finally, after much trepidation, it is finally I heard Nerfs' turn.
his 2-click turn.
2 clicks, by the way. They better make them good. I heard Nerfs his hand on his chin, wondering how did we get to this position?
So he has to, so assuming that's a Skunkworks, getting in that server is going to be 3 and then a Brawn. How much does it cost to break the Brawn with a?
With
With his
Kurapira,
breaker.
I believe it's 8. I believe it is 8 credits. I
So
think
he needs 11 credits plus 5 to break to get through the Skunkworks.
yeah. Click 1 looks like it's going to be a draw off of the class act. It looks like Carmen is in hand here, although we're a little far away from that one.
I think he just drew twice.
Have we decided what the second click is?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
He might have just drawn.
Now, there
once.
was an inside job in hand at one point. Could this be the opportune moment to deploy that, to just walk right past this Brawn?
You could use it on a wage workers or such to try and protect yourself, but yeah, no, you definitely use it on the Brawn, don't
Yeah.
you? Yeah, I understand.
Because then you would have
mean-
enough money to get to at least pay through the Skunk Works. But
Well, you would.
here's Carmen. Oh, we're paying 5 for it.
Take it. Oh, that's
Not the way you draw it up, but sometimes it's what you have to do. Pass the turn back. The Inchling in full command here. Here's Rashida Jaheim getting the job done yet again.
1, 2, 3.
that deck is getting lower and lower.
Getting real thin at this point.
Where are these agendas?
I'm going to go ahead.
Really good question. I would think that Inchling is going to try to score out with an Ikoa project here.
No ASA trigger. Install for a credit.
Continue to ice up R&D.
He's got the money for it.
Install.
Zincheng has been in such a commanding position for so long. You would think that if the agendas were in hand, he would just be pushing them.
A new remote.
But there's been a couple of turns where he's just taken the turn off.
Another new server off the side of the board, and another MCA click to try and deny even more clicks. I heard Nerfs has a boomerang. The Carmen's on the board. He has the tools. It's just a question of what does he do with them at this
And
point.
do you have the time?
Yeah.
Here's Trick Shot, though.
Trick Shot's pretty good.
That's a good
Trick
place to
Shot's
start.
good against a lot of stuff.
Drafter, not great into... or Carmen, rather, not great
Yeah.
into Drafter, but...
Very annoying here.
Ooh, second Brawn.
Brawn, that's 8 credits to break. Okay, so he's just going to let the Brawn fire here, I
would
think.
think so. That's pretty back-breaking here, especially being 1 credit short of breaking it. Because this is also going to deny the 2 extra credits on the Trick Shot
Could
route.
use the clicks to get through it.
That's true. Click through the first sub.
Here or here.
and then break the rest of it. That would be 7. That would be Xaxes. Looks like that might be what we're doing here.
It looks like...
No, we're going to
No,
click
he
through the
just
first sub
bounced.
and bounce. That's an Echo. So there goes that last click.
Oh,
Echo, not a commonly seen piece of ice. It's from the Harmonic Suite that we saw in the previous cycle. Or excuse me, I'm getting it confused with a different piece. Is that?
Yeah, that just has one power counter. That's just a single end the run. Huh. So that's just his 2-0 end the run. I mean,
Okay. Stretched.
I think we may have the wrong card on screen. We'll get that fixed here shortly, but it looks whatever it is.
Oh, it's wave. It's wave. Okay, yeah.
It is not
So
wave.
wave lets you-
There's a third one.
there's a third one? Yeah, there's a third one that
sucks a
sucks a
click.
credit, yeah.
I'm blanking on the name of it. I
Okay.
apologize to our viewers at home, but we're going to keep on rolling. Looks like we're going to get 2 advance. Or
Echo,
seamless launch,
wave.
rather. Advance. Audacity.
Audacity.
That looks like
Is
an
this
Echo
gonna be it?
project to me.
No, that's
There we go.
There's the Echo project. That's the
Anyway,
game.
There's the Echo
Oh.
project. Another clinic
well. That was
from Zeechling.
It was beautiful to see that. I really did turn out to be just. I put every card in my deck that messes with clicks.
There's a clock symbol on this one. It's going in.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll figure it out later.
It was beautiful to see. It really felt refined. And I loved seeing the Ken. The Ken did great. It was
Yes.
really cool to see it do its stuff. It really felt like it actually had a lot of speed, which I was happy with.
It
Yeah.
did, but just sometimes it's just not enough. Chris, just with or Zeechling rather, with even more speed, just even more turbo in his gas tank, able to propel him to victory. So really well played from both of our players on both sides, though.
Next game we'll bring you something that isn't Reg versus Asef.
Yes, we'll do our best. How about that? I can
Maybe
make
it'll
no
turn out to be
promises, but yeah.
But those are some great games. Yeah.
Absolutely.
How have you felt about the field so far today and just the games?
It's been wild. We've seen a lot of varying strategies. I think on both sides. Obviously, there's a lot of certain identities in the field, namely Lat. But the cool thing about those decks, I think they're rather expressive. In the way that a given pilot can approach them. You can hand roughly the same deck to 2 different people, and they're going to approach that in very different ways. And
I think that's one of the reasons Lat is so popular right now, just because you get to do so many things with it. It doesn't feel like a lot of like the older, really powerful decks that were kind of just boring were, because even though you are doing a very powerful deck that is moderately easy to pilot, you're still getting to be like, I play Muse, I go get a Coalescence, I trash that to Aesops, I do all these cool things and make a cool machine.
yeah, and then the variants that are on Trickshot are very proactive. These are Shaper decks that want to run, which is traditionally not what Shaper is associated with.
You actually want to be doing pressure, you want to be applying it, and then you want to be setting up for a huge deep dive at the end, which has that fun finisher. It's a very fun deck.
Oh yeah, extremely.
As much as I dislike Lat and think Lat should never have been printed, it is a very fun deck.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, much more of a mid-rangey approach to Shaper. Shaper definitely with that reputation of being I'm going to sit back. You can have 5 points. That's fine. I'll get the last 7 myself. But a lot of these Lat decks not really approaching that strategy, which is fun to see.
Yeah, that was my last game for the day. I'm still going to be on the couch. I might be back for one more game if we see a certain runner. But
Yes,
we'll
yeah.
see.
Well, that'll be a secret surprise for all the viewers at home.
Thanks so much for watching.
We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go too far. Grab a drink, grab a sandwich, whatever you need. And we'll be back in a few.
See you then.
Hello and welcome back to Netrunner 2024 World Championship coverage. I am Josh, aka Orbital Tangent, he, him, and I'm joined by two lovely co-hosts.
My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. He, him. Thanks for having me.
And I am Narapanther, he, him. Great to be here.
So I'm joined by these two gentlemen to go over a little bit of a standings update with the tournament, give you a little bit more of the news on the ground. You can check it out at tournaments.nullsignal.games. But gentlemen, I'm going to start with you, Andre. Why don't we go over some of the notables on what is happening, who's won, and who's at the top?
So we're getting to, we just finished round 8, right? There's 3 rounds left. So for those following at home, if you want to make day 2, of which there's still 3 more rounds of single-sided Swiss, you're trying to get 21 points at that sort of minimum to at least get to day 2. Obviously, if you can get more than that, that's the best for you.
Yeah.
So we're at the point where a lot of players are still X3 going to this round and understand they have to have a clean day from this point forward. It's getting difficult. It's getting late. People are getting tired. We had a lunch a bit later into the day, but you have to play till about 9:30 today. I think in terms of the last round, we have some results coming in. Again, if you're following at home, you can track this. I think one of the top tables right now, maybe both undefeated, if I'm not mistaken, Jai versus Sokka. That is the big round today, and I think Jai takes it.
Jai did win.
I think that pushes Jai on top, if I'm not
Jai
mistaken.
is the only undefeated player left at this tournament. Incredible run. We saw a great win on stream earlier today, and just being the last undefeated player at Worlds, very few people have ever done that in history.
So the people's champion, Jai, has been said many times this year. He's had an absolute fantastic season. So we saw on stream a round ago, if not 2 rounds ago, it was Jai versus Timmy Wong. Now, Timmy Wong has also been playing Netrunner for a really long time. He's kind of come back. And Timmy Wong classically was known as the people's champion. From the 2014 to 2016 era, he's made multiple top World 16 cuts. And the cutest thing, there's actually Jai and Timmy have faced off twice in the top cut so far, and Jai hasn't dropped a game. On an earlier round, Timmy Wong signed the playmat from one people's champion to the other, and it's so dang cute. But he hasn't lost a game yet, so he's picking up that torch. I'm excited to see both those players,
amazing.
let alone playing against each other twice so far today.
Any other notables on the standings list on who has won and who may still be in contention?
I think I've seen some of the top rounds. I'm looking at teammates playing each other from the same testing group. I was watching a bit of D versus Rodem. We saw Rodem earlier on stream. I hope we get to see D. They're a fantastic player. I believe D takes one off of Patrick. A bit surprised he seems to be, which is really exciting. I haven't seen too many of the results just yet. What else looks great?
Yeah, some of the other results, excuse me for having my phone on stream, looking at him right now. So Bushi, who we saw a few rounds ago, Bushi on table 2 against Styx. Bushi takes the win, so Atea continuing to win at the top tables.
Styx, mind you, just want to talk about yesterday, Styx on the COS team of 3, I think went either undefeated or just dropped 1 game. Styx was specifically testing out some of that Reality Plus, or sorry, exactly, Near Earth Hub kind of kill NBN decks, just to get reps in. And not because he's playing it today, because he wants to learn how that deck works, to understand how to beat it. Now, he's not playing it, I don't think, but he's doing a great job. Again, top table is just sailing through.
Speaking of other top tables, so the top table that we haven't talked about yet or seen on stream, so CTZ and Kisra played this round.
How'd it go?
That ultimately did, so that just got reported. CTZ took that. So CTZ stays at X1 right now, I believe, so still very near the top of the standings. This is a hometown battle for CTZ, so trying to win it for San Francisco.
Yeah, CTZ classically from around this area, in the California area, a proponent of a lot of the tournaments around here. Being from around here and local, probably this one's personal.
Gotta believe it. So going a little farther down so this was on table 14, so Whiteblade, the NANPC head for this year, did a fantastic job organizing that entire circuit. Whiteblade did take a win against Perihelion.
Cool.
So that is a corp win. Hams was up against Ruben Peters. Very strong, powerful matchup there on table 10. Ruben Peters ended up taking that. So honestly, just a lot of really interesting results so far, and players who are doing very well, who will continue to be in contention. And I think everyone we've talked about there, everyone is still live. That we've talked about there. Like I think we're X-2 is the worst record there, maybe X-3, but everyone is still alive for tomorrow.
But there's 204 players here, so the amount of folks just outside this room who are hitting that X-3 mark, there's a lot of folks there understanding this is where you got to really buckle in, because if you can get that clean sweep from now until when the sun goes down, we're going to see you tomorrow. And if not, again, there's great startup events no matter what. Even if you make the day 2 tomorrow, you can play startup and a lot of side event stuff. It's been fantastic. The energy outside is just incredible.
Always is. And honestly, the side events, I'm glad you brought that up. That's one of the best things about being at Worlds, right? People, you know, once they're out of contention, hey, let's just go crack open a cube draft. Let's play. Someone brought Netrunner Guess Who this year.
Yeah.
It's literally, you know, the board game Guess Who, but with Netrunner characters. It's incredible.
Super cool.
Okay, well, I think that's it for our quick recap on the standings coverage. So we have a couple more rounds to go today for this part of the 2024 Netrunner World Championship. We have 3 rounds of Swiss to conclude tomorrow. That's for all of the players that hit 21 prestige points. You could check out their points in the standings, again, on tournaments.nullsignal.games. We are going to be back with additional coverage for the 2024 Netrunner World Championship. Thanks for recapping for us, gentlemen. We'll see y'all later for the next game.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Netrunner 2024 World Championship. I am Josh, aka Orbital Tangent. I'm joined by two guests here.
I'm Juniper, as I've been on the stream before. Pronouns are she, her. And we're joined by our guest. Want to introduce yourself?
I'm Moto Nuvo. Some people might know me as Nick. My pronouns are he, him. I'm part of the organized play team at NSG. I'm largely involved in organizing Worlds and some other prize kits.
Yeah. And what we're specifically going to talk about is at Worlds we have the Artist Colony, which is where we're selling a bunch of our alt arts, special items, cool stuff that NSG is putting out, cool stuff that the community has made. Want to talk about some of that stuff?
Yeah, so we have some of the artists are even playing in Worlds right now, so we're selling it for them and making sure that there's someone available to give it. We have 25 different artists and over 275 unique items. Sorry, more than 25 artists. So it's really cool. We have just like a huge table of stuff. And that's not including the NSG stuff. So you could buy your cards here. You could buy the Keiko plushies. We've got diesels, and also some of it is So we do have some of it, and a lot of it is we have more than just alt arts. Like we have pins, we have prints, we have we have tokens of all kinds. It's just Netrunner inspired stuff that the community has made, and we're just selling it for them. So NSG is not taking a cut. All the money goes straight to the artists.
Obviously, I'm impartial to the Keiko plushie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some really cool stuff this year. I love the Keiko plushie, but we also have the, if you want to show that off.
Yeah, so this is my favorite, actually, is the new diesel.
It is a
It tells you to light the fire.
It is an actual can of energy drink. I've heard it doesn't taste very good, but it's extremely cool that it exists and that you can get it as here is a can of diesel. So,
Yeah, well, diesel gives you flames.
yeah. But yeah, so if you're potentially at home, obviously we're not selling this stuff online. I mean, you could buy official NSG product, but the plushie and this stuff is only at Worlds, and all the artist stuff is only at Worlds. Although a lot of them do sell it online. Yes. Is there a list of the artists online yet?
So what we can do, so if you're part of the Worlds 2024 Discord server, and if you're not, you can join it. You can find the link online in the Null Signal Games website. We have a channel that is called Artist Colony, where we have posted absolutely everything that we have had for sale this weekend. We haven't kept it up to date with what's out of stock, but it gives you an idea of everything we may have.
Yeah, and if you want to look at that, that'll have artist names, I presume, and mention who they are.
Yes, we do have it organized by artist, but it's got pictures so you can visually see all the alt arts, all the pins, everything.
And a lot of those artists might be selling at a different place. Or if you know someone at Worlds, just message them and be like, hey, could you pick me up a... let's see some of the stuff we have here. We have so we have some alt arts here. We have the bird pack. Now we're going to get the camera to focus on this. This is a pack of alt arts that are entirely look like cards from Wingspan. Which is a great game. This is a Shrike for reasons that a couple of people on stream will know. We have these beautiful alt arts like this Cloud Eater here, which even though...
made by Kat Shen, who has done some official art for NSG as well.
Yeah, this one's it's so beautiful. I've never played Cloud Eater, but this makes me want to. Yeah. These were made by, I believe, PyCat made these. They're really great. I bought a pack. I really like it. But there's also a lot of stuff that isn't specific alt arts, although there's a ton of alt arts. There's also pins like the Trickster Taka pin.
Yes.
Yeah, or stuff like the frog counter.
Yeah, we have a bunch of tokens by that specifically is Kat Shen's token. And that's a Mean Lady that made Trickster Taka. Also a wonderful Mystic Mamie pin to go along with it.
So you can use those, this is obviously a pin, but this can go use it as a Botulus counter or any slap band.
I use my frog for anything, but I've used it for boomerang. I've used it for anything that involves a counter. You could use it for Femme Fatale.
Yeah, and then there's also some prints like this. I believe this is on an alt art, but this is a print of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could buy that one is a Trick Shot. So you could buy this as a Trick Shot alt art.
Or you can just get it as a print.
Yeah, that's by Alexis. Oh, I'm blanking out on the last name. Alexis Spicer, I believe.
And then I just grabbed this. I don't.
We have stickers. Yeah, we have frog stickers. We have a bunch of stickers. So many stickers. They're wonderful.
Well, that sounds really cool. Do you have anything else to say about the Artist Colony? How has it been going over the weekend, and how has it been running?
Oh, it's been very busy. Everyone is coming back. Everyone's I'm hemming and hawing over, just getting more stuff because it does support the community, and everyone's happy to do it. And just, hey, if you're running your deck and it just happen to see an alt art, it's oh yeah, just and suddenly, bam, you have alt arts of a card that maybe saved you a game last round.
Yeah, and it's great to be able to like go over there and see exactly which altars there are and potentially pick one up, or like pick up actual tokens that you could use during Worlds. It's really cool that you can do that. And additionally, because it's people just being able to like submit this stuff, like if people somehow have something wrong or can't make it to Worlds, they can still have stuff sold here and such.
That's right. We actually have a lot of people who either gave their merchandise to someone who was coming, or one or two people even shipped them over to us to sell. Like we just received them before Worlds, we picked them up, and we just made sure that they were available to sell, and we're going to be shipping them back.
Yeah. So how can people potentially, if they wanted to get involved with this next year, if they wanted to like submit stuff or such, what can they do to do that?
So be on the lookout next year around, I would say, somewhere between June to the August window. I'm not sure exactly when we'll announce, but this year it was kind of a bit of a spreadsheet kind of thing. Next year we're going to further improve the process, make it easy. Hey, just tell us like what you're going to be sending and how much you want to sell it for, and the details will be on the Null Signal Games website. Everything involving Worlds next year will be posted as much as possible on nullsignal.games.
Yeah, and if you're at home and you want one of these, honestly, the best thing to do, go to the Worlds Discord, join it, look at the Artist Alley channel, Artist Colony channel, look at all the stuff in there. If there's anything there, message someone who's at Worlds, or just if you have a friend who's here, or like just try and find it on their website, because they'll usually have it there.
That sounds pretty great. Well, thank you very much for Odo Nuvo for being on. Thank you for hopping in with us here as well, Juniper. This sounds like a really great initiative for artists and community artists to get involved in, potentially pay for their trip for Worlds, get a little bit on the side. As you said, it sounds like NSG doesn't take a single cent of this, so it all goes back to the artists. It's all very much community-driven. It sounds really great. We hope everybody at home really appreciates that, and the people out there as well. So thanks for telling us about it. Look to get involved if you're not at Worlds this year and you're an artist, you want to get involved next year. Thanks again for y'all being on. We're going to be back in a few moments with more coverage.
One brief update, the coverage has been delayed for a bit because they're having difficulties with the software for pairings. Hopefully it's getting figured out right now. We should be back real quick with more Netrunner, but if you've been waiting for the next round, they're trying to repair things to make sure everything works out.
Yep, that is correct. So do stay tuned, even if we are a little bit delayed.
Yep. See you in a minute.
Hello and welcome back to Netrunner 2024 World Championships. I am Neuropanther, he, him. I am joined by...
I'm Cranked, he, him. How's it going?
Doing great. How about you?
I'm great, man. We just had the weirdest between round break I've ever. We're not gonna. It's not worth going into. Let's focus on the positives, dude. It's fine.
Well, there's plenty of positives because
yeah.
we have a fantastic day of Netrunner already, and we have 3 more rounds of it.
Oh, we're far from done.
It's so good.
I'm just getting started, baby. Let's go.
Should we talk about the match that we have coming up?
I would love to. Let's do it.
All right.
We've got Passive Molt from Portland versus Deer, who I believe is from Boston, correct?
I believe so.
I believe
yes.
so. They're from Eastern U.S. Either Boston or New York, I believe. Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, being told it's Jersey. So neither of the things I said. So New Jersey. But we've got Deer representing LAT, and then Passive Molt representing NBN Reality Plus.
Yeah, these are 2 of the kind of defining decks of this tournament. Obviously, LAT, the most played Shaper, correct? Or
Menace.
the most played Runner, correct?
Yeah, I think
and
the most
R
played
Plus,
runner.
I think, was the 2nd most played Corp in the event.
That's
if I
correct. It's
remember
PD
correctly.
and then R Plus. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is very much like one of the canonical matchups of Worlds 2024, and we're getting to see it here. What do you think about the matchup going in? What do you? I guess You were the murder aficionado when it comes to Netrunner, so
Yes,
I'd like
I
to
am.
ask, what are you expecting from this Reality Plus deck?
Pain. Tags and pain. There's a lot of ways to inflict to make your opponent take tags, and then once they have those tags, it's just about raining hellfire upon them.
It's just pure profit, right? It's free real estate. You
Yes.
get to draw your cards. You get to make your credits.
That being said, I do think it's genuinely cool. This is a hard matchup for R+.
Yeah.
Shaper, particularly LAT, they get that free card draw, which is massive. Typically, they're trying to count to 6 damage, not 5. And hey, coincidentally, LAT, very easy to get to keep 6 cards in your hand at the end of a turn. So that's bad. LAT also gets to, for free, play cards like Stoneship Chart Room. Oh, that's 2 extra cards.
Oh,
Weird,
yeah.
huh? Interesting.
That's you can count to 5. That's weird. I
yeah.
have 7.
Yeah, I can't believe it. D may also be running tech cards such as Hannah Wheels Palintro, allowing them to check remotes, getting extra clicks just to check remotes. So there's a lot of ways to avoid that hellfire that I was referring to earlier. Let's see if D can find a way to manage to survive.
Yeah, Wheels is such an interesting tech card because I think historically, Shapers were just complete underdogs in most asset matchups. And kind of being able to clicklessly check a remote every single turn changes that math so much.
Agreed. Yeah, like you said, it's free real estate, basically.
Yeah.
And then the ability, of course, to remove a tag and gaining a click to do so. But we are underway. Passive Molt going to start off. We were going to Ice HQ. Looks like we're going to start with a Your
YDL.
Digital Life. Looks like we're just getting $3.
An interesting way of saying easy mark, but
Now we do see a copy of Virtual Service Agent in hand. There's an Unsmiling Serevna as well. Oppo Research in hand as well. Degree Mill. We're going to Ice HQ, put a remote server down, pass the turn back over.
What do you think this remote is?
Rashida, we could be testing the waters with a trap, Behold, or something like a Checkis Scion. I'd probably be more inclined to think Behold than Checkis Scion, personally.
Yeah.
But generally speaking,
do I see an Oppo in hand here?
There is an Oppo in hand,
Yeah, so that.
Generally speaking, these sorts of NBN kill decks are, you need to take your opponent's temperature. You need to figure out what are they going to do with the remotes. Are they going to be checking them, or are they going to be leaving them alone? We're finding our answer here. Likely checking it. Here's a copy of Trick Shot.
Another defining.
Did you see what that was, folks at home? I
was a
did.
snare.
That is a copy of Snare.
show me. So it's everyone. So it's
Would you like to fire?
Oh, you should review. You should.
Oh,
you
look
should,
at that! Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You
Yeah,
should
show that to the
reveal
stream.
one.
I appreciate that. So that is a snare. That is a firing snare.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're gonna get 2 credits back from that.
So did you know that snare doesn't just deal 3 damage?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
You're right. It gives a tag.
Often in Jinteki, not a very relevant line of text, but in this matchup, incredibly important.
Diesel Fermenter and Simulchip hitting the bin. Now
Yeah.
it's worth noting Passive Volt sitting here on more than 4 credits. Double Snare. Could this be a 1-turn game? There's no chance. Can't get a good look at what that one is. It looks like an agenda. That's
Oh,
a false
that's
lead.
false lead.
Okay, so all's well that ends well for
Can
D.
you explain what is false lead doing in this deck?
False lead is there to basically fork the runner and put them in a situation where you can stick them with more tags than you stick them with basically a number of tags greater than 2. Typically, it's going to be 4 off of a big Oppo research. Once you have a false lead scored, you can just sacrifice that agenda to make the runner lose 2 clicks and potentially make them stuck with a tag that they weren't expecting to have, and then they're dead.
Yep.
Seems
like a good deal.
Yeah, it's a great deal. I mean, we love murder for nothing and our clicks for free.
So Oppo is live, but not big Oppo.
Correct.
Because we do have 2 trashes with the snare and the Rashida.
And the agenda
And the
steal
steal.
off the
So
false lead as well.
It's triple live.
Yeah. Yes, triple live.
Now, I do believe that was lost lat value this turn, not able to draw up to enough cards, only 1 left in hand.
Correct. And we see a copy of End of the Line hitting passive Malt's hand. But
So,
that's not really where you want it. A lot of these lat decks are playing cards like Cupulation. Cupulation, an excellent tech card against these NBN
And
decks.
there is the Oppo.
There's Oppo, so we're going to stick with 2 tags. Now, D can clear these, but it's most of the turn off and then some. It's going to take a little bit to recover from that.
Yeah, it's quite a tempo hit, even if you're not immediately presenting lethal here.
Yes.
Though, obviously could be presenting lethal. That's very possible.
I'm sorry. May I draw a flat?
Okay.
Looks like there's a pause of some variety. Looks like see a 1 card going to hand. May have missed a lat trigger. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think, obviously, with false lead in the runner score area, don't need to pause every click and ask, am I okay to take the rest of my turn? But
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like D's turn was just a clear tag, draw a card, get a lat trigger. Pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
D's out of money, but that's not bad. Money comes and money goes. But
Yeah, and Shaper notably can bounce back from 0 pretty quickly with creative commission tools like that.
yeah,
so.
these days, definitely.
Yeah.
Dirty Laundries as well, likely to be in the deck. There's a copy of Regolith hitting the board. Didn't see what that one could be.
Do you think it may be just another Rashida trying to say, you're not going to come trash another one?
Could be.
Could also be Spin Doctor.
Could be
Getting
Spin
the
Doctor
Oppo
as well.
back is always great. Getting the snare back is always great.
Not that D is in a position to trash anything, what with 0 credits on their side of the board.
Yeah.
That problem is fixed. There's
There's
Cupulation.
Who needs to trash cards?
Yeah, trashing is for
It's
suckers.
very gauche.
Your Spin Doctor going to draw 2 cards.
Looks like the die on the idea just represents the number of cards in HQ. That's,
for the lat triggers.
That's some good tech for the lat trigger.
Yeah,
don't have to constantly say I have 5 in hand.
Yeah, do you know what a lat player's favorite sentence is? Cards in hand?
Yeah.
Looks like a copy of Attitude Adjustment in hand. Well, there are 2 degree mills that are kind of glutton passive Malt's hand. We may want to get those out of there sooner rather than
I
later.
would imagine so. So again, you were an aficionado of yellow kill decks. Do you think that those ever get scored?
It's not impossible. It's not likely.
It's not impossible.
It can happen. If the runner chooses to play extremely passively, you can go for scores with cards like the Hollow Man.
And actually, we do see Amaze Amusements in hand. That is also supporting the 5th score out threat.
Absolutely.
Now, we do have an IAA here.
Ooh, now, and that looks, I believe that was an IAA on the degree mill there. Yeah, this is unstealable currently. D would have to put out another card, and degree mill, very important. It's going to turn on big Oppo. Do we see another Oppo research in passive Malt's hand? I believe we do.
So this game could be over pretty quickly
Yeah,
because we know
absolutely.
the end of the line is there.
Now, you don't have the money for a big Oppo. That does cost. You need 7 credits up front. You do get the refund for being R+, but you need the 7 credits up front.
Yeah, and a Regolith doesn't quite get you there. Oh, no, a Regolith would, right? You
I think you can click.
Oppo.
Yes, I think that's the exact line that passive Malt would have to take to threaten big Oppo.
Yeah, this is one of the funny things about these decks is they put out, just come steal it. It's fine.
He's letting it go.
Yeah, letting it go.
We see a creative commission. No one's ever played that on not 4th click. Yeah, I pass the turn back, mandatory draw. I got to think we're going triple advance here. It puts you to 1 credit, but I think you're just happy to have the 3 points. That's a lot of threat.
That's okay because, again, with the Regolith, you can click back up. Okay, choosing to take the turn off of a potential scoring play.
This is also a
Going
fun
for
play
Regolith.
because, I mean, obviously these are not open deck lists. D can make an educated guess as to what might be a
and
passive
there's an
Malt's hand.
ice now.
Okay, that I think is a tell.
Yeah.
I was about to say that D doesn't have information as to what is in passive Malt's deck. This could still be, on the face of it, a Checkers Scion.
Yeah.
The ice in front of it, I think, could be a bit of a tell that this is not a trap. But we'll see. I mean, wilder things have happened on this stream already today. Looks like our one of the,
Just getting clean stacks of 3 on the regolith, it looks like.
yeah,
and,
just to make our lives easier.
Yeah,
which,
yeah.
Shouts
I
out. Cheers.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Orbs.
Yeah, of course. Yes, always.
Now, if you're in the R plus chair here, how do you think? So obviously, just iced up the remote here, trying to protect that degree mill. How are you trying to build towards the kill threat?
Well, step one is scoring false leads. I think that if you are looking to that stone ship chart room is going to be
Stone ship is huge.
Now that is very funny in the face of this degree mill if D wants to go try stealing
Yeah.
it. To answer your question, it generally starts with scoring a false lead. Kill lines get tougher without a false lead scored. It's not impossible, but it is tougher.
Yeah.
And it's especially tougher in the face of the stone ship. So here's the score. That's a degree
There's the
mill.
degree
3
mill.
points, big oppo on the board.
And that's a degree mill going into the bin. There is a spin doctor on the table,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
so it isn't
it's safe.
staying there.
It's safe.
Yeah. Well, it'll probably stay there until it needs to leave.
Sure. Profound.
That's what people come here for. They come here for Netrunner and
Philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Pass the turn back. Looks like if we're over back on D's side of the board. Here's the
Oh, there's an
self-modifying
SMC.
code.
So D's starting to get set up. Oh, and that is a trick shot.
Here's trick shot.
One of the best cards in the current meta to use with SMC because it's not as many credits as StimHack. It's kind of just the overclock number of credits until you make a successful run, but you do get that immediate shot of money to use the SMC and go grab something that you can use on the run.
D may get an additional shot of money. This is Unsmiling Serevna on R&D.
Yeah.
Basketball could very easily just choose to give D 2 credits and say, you're breaking one of these subroutines. I don't care which one.
Yeah, Unsmiling Serevna, a pretty nasty ice in these decks.
It's a tough one.
Yeah,
Let's-
especially like only being able to break one subroutine. Okay, which one do you break? Probably the tag against R+, but the other ones are not fun to hit.
Against R+, I think you break the tag.
Yeah.
Because that's going to keep passive mult on just 1 credit.
Yeah.
The R+ lists are much less likely to run a surprise kill with something like Reaper function. Although with seeing a snare in this deck, who knows what could come out of this thing. Now, it is worth noting that passive mult no longer in snare range. So only
Even with the 2 credits.
This looks like it's just firing in full.
Oh, wow.
Still not in snare range, so looks like D's thinking they're safe. We're gonna pop the stone ship. Okay. Effectively to negate the net damage here. Now I believe this is click 2. We're also not in behold range on passive mult side of the board. So
That is also 4
yeah,
credits.
it is the same number of credits to fire as snare. So passive or D are thinking that they're probably safe. Oh, although did just give passive mult 7 cards in hand. Have fun with the lab trader here, buddy. That looks like a regolith.
Yeah, regolith. Now, do you imagine, speaking of regolith, that this is pop the SMC, spend some of this money, and then go trash to the regolith?
Well, it looks like we're trashing regolith. Here's the second card. Can't get a good look at that one. That's a Tomorrow's
that
headline.
is a Tomorrow's headline. So that is a
Okay,
tag.
take a tag.
Now we're in behold range, though there aren't any more
no,
accesses.
the tag already fired from the
the tag already fired.
R+
right.
is once per turn.
Yeah,
so.
R+ is once per turn. It's good that it's once per turn.
Yes, now Oppo's, big Oppo still on the.
It is,
It's
very
still in
much
play
so.
here, though.
Yeah, again, that regolith going to give the money for that. Okay, regolith is going to get taken down.
Yeah,
that seems completely correct.
And that takes big Oppo probably out of consideration here.
Yeah, the trigger condition is met, but the monetary condition is not going to be met.
Passive won't go spill spaghetti all over the table. You hate to see it.
Classic move, done it many times myself.
Yeah. One of my first big tournaments ever went to. Round 1, click 1, knock my bitbox right off the table.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to Netrunner.
That's a good one. Excuse me as I gather 80 to 100 pieces of small cardboard off the floor.
How to get a time extension 101. Oh, there is your digital life in hand for passive mult. Okay, I lied. Big Oppo back on the table. Ooh. Meat's back on the menu.
Yeah, your digital life obviously great after drawing up from cards like Serevna. And yes, the regolith does hit the bin after being trashed.
A little bit of jovial banter between the two players. You love to see it.
And those 2 tags are getting cleared.
They
it looks
are.
like. So, not leaving a sudden kill line from absolutely nowhere on the table.
So we're gonna go to mandatory draw. Let's copy a virtual service agent.
So that is 8 in hand
That
now.
is 8 in hand. So
YDL gives you a pretty good amount of money off of this. Yep,
Here
and
it
there
is.
we are. So pay 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we're going to go up to 8 credits, still within big
That's
oppo
good.
range. Very much, though.
Yes. Yeah, your daily life, what an econ card. We've seen it a lot this weekend, haven't we?
It's such an unassuming little card. Just a handful of words on it. Merely a fun little personality test, but just the pure gasoline that is fueling just a number of decks in the current metagame.
Yeah, and obviously one of the most powerful things about it is the fact that it counts your hand.
Oh, yeah.
Not your opponent's hand.
You have full control over how many credits that thing gives you. Sweeps Week could never. Here's Oppo
And here is the
research.
big Oppo. That is 4 tags going in. Now, obviously, D, they have the money to clear these tags, but it is a full turn off and it is a full 8 credits.
Yeah, and there's a card in this remote server. This could be a fork here from Passive Vault, and it's a good one.
Oh wait, hold on. Only 6 credits.
Only
on
6
D7.
credits.
Oh, I thought that was a 5. That is a 1.
I don't think D should be dead from this position. Passive Vault only holding 1 copy of End of the Line.
Yeah. Would need to fire 2 end of the line. D can get down to 1 tag.
If D
and there's
goes,
that I would have a hard time believing this is a Reaper function in this remote.
there wouldn't be money to both res and fire Reaper function.
Yeah, you would
and
need a Regolith on the table
you would
already.
need some other way
Yeah.
of getting money quickly. So I don't think Reaper function is here. I think D is likely safe if they clear down to 1 tag here.
Yeah.
If they're on more than 4 cards or on more than 3 cards in hand, rather, they are not dead to something like a single End of the Line.
Yeah, and this R plus deck is looking to kill. You're not looking to mill out or anything like that. So I would imagine we're not going to see an End of the Line for just take the cards out of your hand.
Here's an overclock. That's a ping. That's an extra tag.
Wait, that's a ping.
SMC with 2 overclock money.
The ping is effectively free with the R plus ability. Is D just going to hold tags here? That would be a gutsy play. Here's Goss. Goss, that extra text on Goss, not going to be super relevant in the face of just a cute little 1-strength ice-like ping.
Yeah,
But
I think it's Gauss.
Is it
I think
Gauss?
It's named after the mathematician. I'm
Gauss,
pretty sure,
okay.
like Euler is.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I was told there would be no math on this stream.
Well, too bad.
In any case, the icebreaker.
I made up for it karmically by miscounting the number of credits when there was just they were all just 1s. So,
well, Gauss going to make quick work of this ping.
yeah, and the good news for Gauss as well is 1 strength is exactly what you need to break a ping moving forward.
Amaze
Amusements.
Oh, wait.
So Amaze Amusements will stick there.
Maybe.
That does
Or
make it harder to actually steal agendas out of this remote.
Pondering whether they want to put it on Cupulation here. This is not. I would not think this is the card you want to put on Cupulation. D is likely saving this cup for a kill piece.
Most likely, yes. And I don't think Passive Molt is really presenting a realistic score-out threat at the moment.
No, not off 3
very, very
points.
far from being able to, especially with the Gauss down and knowing that the ping's on the remote.
Correct.
Not really presenting a realistic threat to get agendas on the table and get advancement counters on them in a time.
D-charging
timely
HQ.
manner.
Remember, there's an End of the Line in there and an empty cup.
This could be a huge turn.
This cup may overflow with here very shortly.
We are seeing the Crown of Servers virtual service agent alt here.
My favorite alt art of the weekend.
It's such a good alt art.
It's so adorable.
That is a mean lady alt art.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic one. So okay, what
Flip
is
it
this?
over. There's
It is
another VSA.
not. It is another VSA.
Okay.
The End of the Line lives for another turn.
Do we know how many cards are in D's hand? I mean, they have to be above 3 here. There's just no chance they're below that.
Yeah.
It would be.
Though, actually, right. End of turn is where that matters, obviously.
Correct.
Can hit a snare right now, but you would just be able to trash it with absolutely no repercussions.
And assuming Passive Molt is playing a card like Mindscaping in their deck, that's 2 credits. You would need 5 credits to threaten a kill. Now, with 6 tags on the board, that's a lot of damage. That's more than Lack can survive.
Yeah.
And it looks like the VSA is going to go in the cup. I think D just wants to look at that alt art, and I can't blame them.
Yeah, I agree.
Running Archive, Spin Doctor is going to get popped. Shuffling Virtual Service Agent to the top, or not Virtual Service Agent, excuse me, your Digital Life.
Now, how many Cupulation do you think this lad is on?
Generally speaking,
is this a like
one.
lower the density, get a good ice out there, and then potentially recycle this cup to get a kill threat down the line, or?
Generally speaking, these lat decks are on one compilation. I think
Yeah.
the logic, if I had to guess there, is, well, we can use simulchip to...
Oh, true. Right. Simulchip does bounce it.
Yeah. You can basically just cycle it.
Yeah.
And
So,
by the
so
way,
it does
if-
lower the density. It gets
Yes.
rid of a card you
Yes.
otherwise can't get rid of.
And by the way, just for the viewers at home, if anyone wants to keep up on the standings and has been using tournaments.nullsignal games to do so, the tournament did have to get moved over to a different platform. So we're over on ESOP's tables now. So if folks want to get an update on the standings, find out how the rest of the field is doing, ESOP's tables will be the spot to do that at going forward for the remainder of the day today. We're hoping to be back on the original platform tomorrow. But getting back to this game
We
here-
will ask you, if you go to the site, please do not refresh constantly. It is
Yes.
being used to run the tournament.
Yes, rest assured, we here in San Francisco are doing our utmost diligence to bring you the finest Netrunner content.
Yes.
We will deliver it unto you. You do not need to go seek it out. It's all right
You
here.
do not even need to leave your couch, though. We would recommend between rounds, please get some water.
Yeah, get some
stretch your
water,
legs,
stretch
all
your
of that
legs, do
stuff.
your Duolingos, whatever you need to do to get by.
And try not to be on 6 tags, I think, is also pretty good life advice usually.
D's still working on
Yeah.
this. We're gonna go check that. We're gonna go
So
back
there
into
is
the
the Amaze
Here's
Amusements.
Amaze
It is
Amusements.
res now, so it is live.
Yes.
Signal's probably an Oracle think tank.
3 more.
So we have to get a second die out for the tag counter now.
Or a D20. Wait, flip the 6 upside down.
The 9.
Oh, I hope D can't hear me. Now, it is worth noting Oracle Think Tank has some other text on it. Passive Molt can remove a tag from D to shuffle that back into his deck, effectively kind of creating a combination of a 15 minutes in TGTBT for all my old heads in the audience.
And honestly, on this number of tags, it definitely seems like D will never clear all 9 tags.
No.
Pretty safe to do that.
Oh, what a throwback. Thanks for putting
Oh, there we
TGTBT up on the screen.
That's so good.
I miss that little thing. Anyway, getting back to the game at hand here. It is worth noting that if D can, how many? Let's take a
D's
quick
on
look.
4.
Looks like 4. Here's
Yeah, D's on
Swift.
4. Oh, a Swift comes down. That's a very cool include in that.
Now, depending on the top deck here, if Passive Bolt top decks any kill, particularly Mindscaping, I think would be the lethal one.
Yeah. Are there any end the runs on centrals right now? Could
No.
this could potentially just be a deep dive win?
It could be. Yeah. I think Passive Bolt needs to put this Oracle Think Tank back into their deck.
Yeah.
But it
But it
does
looks
not
like it is install credit.
Yeah, it does not appear that he's choosing to do so. Past the turn
Yeah.
back, this is potentially a little loose.
Even shuffling back the think tank might not get you there because
true, Swift.
with the Swift on the table, that does open up the ability to get the deep dive with an extra click and
Yes.
steal 2 agendas.
Yes.
Now, obviously, would need a 3-pointer plus another agenda, or 'cause I don't know. Is this R plus likely on multiple 2s left? It seems like they're on a lot of 1-pointers and then 3-pointers.
I believe we saw an orbital superiority in Passive Malt's hand, so there is some number of 2s. And by the way, that might be a way out of this game, too.
Yeah.
If there's any potential world where Passive Malt can slow roll or sneak a orbital through D's defenses, that if D's tag, that's 4 meat damage.
4 meat damage.
Just straight up.
Yeah, 4 meat damage plus. Interesting. So there's another card that does 4 meat damage that we know is impassable.
Yes, yeah, and I think typically the way these decks are going to be scoring an orbital superiority is through something like the Hollow Man. We're
Yes.
Passive Bolt a little far off from that one at the moment, but
Yeah,
but we can dream.
Hollow Man is a lot of money. It is
It's
7,
a lot of money.
It is 6 to fire.
It's 6 to fire. Yeah, on
Yeah.
the turn you res it, absolutely. And you got to think it doesn't live too much longer past the point where it gets
Yeah.
rezzed.
And even the install, like it kind of needs to sit around for a turn, and it is a little ambitious to think it's going to survive when it is so cheap to get into the
Yes.
server.
Yeah. Ice is not where R plus is taxing people out.
No.
Click
Normally that's from the tags, but currently there are just 9 sitting there chilling.
Click one was a draw. It looked like a Rashida that went into hand.
Okay.
Passive Bolt, I gotta think, is just power drawing for another kill piece.
So that might be. Do you think that's the Rashida in the remote, and that might be the Hollow Man sitting there?
Very well could be.
Yeah. And then Ice on Archives, respecting the deep dive.
Respecting deep dive.
the deep
Now,
dive for sure.
If that is Hollow Man on the ping server, that's gutsy because
It is.
that's the server that D can get into without really suffering any negative consequences. Typically, you would expect to put it in the most well-defended remotes or the most well-defended server. Period.
Yeah.
But let's see how.
Okay,
he
so we are going
chooses
to
navigate
see this archives.
Here's
ice
archives.
potentially.
This looks like deep dive.
This does look like deep dive to me. Get you to spend your ping money.
Ping.
Okay. You get your ping money back. That is cheap to get through. Now the Serevna does deal net damage.
It does deal net damage.
So that is a way to lose your deep dive.
Sometimes you play this game on a wing and a prayer.
Yeah.
D may be choosing the wing and or the prayer.
We do now have to go to 2 dice. On the tag
Now
counter.
we're in the 2-die meta. Yes,
All
unfortunately.
right, 5 and 5. That is 10, not 55.
Okay.
For those counting at home.
It's much like Sammy Hagar. I cannot drive 55.
Lat probably can though. You know, in the groove. That's clearly that's a car that's pretty fast.
Yeah, the Swift is a bit of a flavor fail. We all know Lad drives a car. Lad drives a car canonically.
Yeah.
That's what
like
Super
just
Corridor
straight
is.
up a car.
Yeah, just a car.
Okay, here we have the HQ access.
Deep pondering whether they want to pop this cupulation.
Seems like a reasonable idea.
You would think
if
so.
If a Simmel chip were on the board, I think it probably seems like a no-brainer.
I would agree. So, yeah, do you may want to give that one back?
Please do not take your opponent's card with you for the rest of the weekend. That is bad for both of you.
Do you going to see 3 cards here? Here's
Okay, so that is
attitude
an
adjustment.
attitude adjustment. We saw that early in the game. Never got fired. Then
Here's
that's an
end
end of the line.
Okay.
Instinctively checking number of cards in hand. And that is.
Let's see the last one. I don't think passive multi. Oh, there
That's
is.
the orbital.
Oh, no.
Oh, so all it takes is one
Any
agenda
agenda's
on a
lethal
deep
now
dive.
for a
Any
deep dive.
agenda is
Any
lethal.
agenda. Here's the Serevna. How many cards are in hand? Now, it is worth noting Passable gets to draw 2 cards if this fires.
Yes. So this would be
Looks like
so this would be down to 3 cards
Yeah,
if
D-
this fires. So D does. They do have the last click to draw a card to get up to 4 if
Correct.
necessary. If the deep dive does get hit here. They clearly both know how important this this net damage.
that was it.
Deep
Now,
dive.
there may be another one. We don't know what is in D's hand. But that's one deep dive hitting the board. That's huge.
Continuing to roll numbers that are greater than 4. Okay, and
this going?
that is not a deep dive. Is there a second deep dive in hand? We'll find out soon.
Access the top card.
Is there snare money?
Oh, there's the draw 2. This is off the Serevna fire. Oh, good. D saying, thank goodness. I didn't want you to get a game loss like that. Here's the top card. What is it? Rashida.
Rashida.
Now here's
Trashing
the
the
thing.
Rashida.
Is there a second deep dive? There is a second
There is
deep
a
dive.
second deep dive. So it was lowering the density for the steep dive. Let's see it. One.
Nothing.
Give me more. Give me better. Give me better. Come on. 2.
No bingo.
Nothing.
No. Come on. Give me some more. 3.
No bingo.
Nothing.
No. 4.
No
Nothing.
bingo.
4 more.
5.
No
Nothing.
bingo.
6. Oh,
Nothing.
No bingo.
7.
Nothing.
No bingo.
8.
Oh my goodness.
That
They
is
had
a
us in the
hit.
first
That is
half, not
7
gonna lie.
points.
Wow.
Incredible win.
D with
Well
the-
piloted by D.
D with a huge smile on their face saying, I'm all in.
Yeah, well, clearly went all in earlier in the game, going tag me against this kill R+ deck.
Yeah.
But honestly, a gutsy move. I'm not sure I would have done that in
D is
in that chair. But
D
that
is
is also
nothing
why
if not
I'm not
gutsy.
on stream at the World Championship.
Yeah, that's why we have headsets on our head. By the way, D is gutsy as ever. I'd
Yeah.
expect nothing less from a player of their caliber. So just really, really great game.
Yeah, amazing win.
A quick one, but a thrilling one nonetheless. I'm nervous to look at the heart rate app on my smartwatch at the moment.
Much less theirs.
Oh yeah, much less theirs. I can only imagine. Oh, can you?
Yeah.
The 8th card. It had
The
to be.
eighth- it had to be the 8th card.
What a heartbreaker for passive molds.
The deck knew that we were on stream.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. The Netrunner God said, "We're gonna give them a good one."
Yeah. Let's up that stream value, get a few more viewers in, you know?
Yeah. Someone can Twitch chat. You can clip that one, please.
Yes, please.
If anyone's got the clip button ready, you can just match that one right now.
Yeah, so what did you think of that matchup? Did it play out how you expected?
No, I was expecting a much more controlling game
Yeah.
from Lad. I would not have expected that just saying, you know what, I'm all in. Let's just shove all my chips in the table. Here's all the tags in the world. I don't care. I'm winning off deep dive,
Yeah.
whether it kills me or otherwise. And it paid off.
It worked, yeah. That might be one of the strengths of this Lat deck is that Lat doesn't just have to play that controlling way. It doesn't have to all right, I'm going to take your kill pieces with my compilation. I'm going to play a very slow game, and eventually I'll pick you apart with all of my breakers. Can actually just kind of, all right, I'm going to install 2 cards, and I have a prayer.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I think you've described Vlad as very mid-rangey. I think this shows that off.
Yeah, it basically bought enough time until it could find its win condition, deep dive. It just happened to kind of yank 4 points into the score area.
Oops.
Whoops. And by the way, you're deep dive. Sorry. And by the way, I got to think, do you think Passive Volt is kicking himself about not shuffling that think tank in several turns ago?
Because it was exactly 1 point. The win
was Xaxes to win. So if you got to be thinking, if I shuffle that think tank back in, maybe they're only on 6 points and I get to kill them.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Yeah,
but
that could have hit the bin there potentially. Yeah. That's.
But you know
what a thrilling game! What a thrilling game!
There's still a couple more rounds. This is round 9, correct?
Yeah. So there are 2 more rounds left today. Should have 2 more excellent games. Obviously. One of the things that we start getting towards the end of the day here is people are on their win and in lives. So we'll start seeing some games with some real consequences of, am I going to make day 2? Am I going to be watching day 2 from the sidelines?
And the other thing to factor in at a tournament this long, fatigue starts to become a factor. This has been a long day for these players. Netrunner is the most draining tabletop card game the most draining tabletop game period that I've ever played. And so we're 9 rounds in, many hours into this event, and people's brains are starting to get fried.
We're 4 or 5 hours after lunch now. It's a lot has happened. A lot of people's brains are probably mush by now.
My caffeine has long since left my bloodstream. Way too much blood in my caffeine system.
Yeah. So we will be back with 2 more rounds. Please stay tuned for those. But for now, we're going to sign off from round 9. I'm Neuropantser, he, him.
I'm Cranked.
And this was a great round. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to Netrunner Worlds 2024. I am Orbital Tangent, aka Josh, pronouns he, him, and I am joined by my co-host.
Neuropanzer, also he, him.
And we also have on here Swan, he, him, a prolific TO from this area, come out of retirement just for Worlds. How you doing, Swan?
I'm doing great. It's been a lot of joy to come back to do this one last job, and you know, I've done a bunch of GNKs. I've done, you know, my fair share of store championships and COs. I've run in nationals. I've run regionals. I've even helped with some of the online continentals, and so this is the last Infinity Gem to really complete my career as a tournament organizer for this game. And
Oh no, are we gonna get a snap after this?
Is that going to double the amount of prizes? Or
you know, it's going to create an environment where the total prize pool becomes larger.
Okay.
And it's not we're not talking about immediate gains or immediate losses, but real sustained growth for the scene, so that we could really have a crowd that people could come back to, even if they've been away from the game for a long time.
Yeah, and actually on that note, so how long have you been away? Like how long is this retirement we're talking
So 13 months ago, I ran Last Click, a farewell to Netrunner. That was my second farewell tournament after the end of the FFG era. I ran Meat Damage, a farewell to Netrunner, and so yeah, I've been pretty disconnected from the space, and so I'm not as necessarily as familiar with a lot of the cards that have come out since you know, some of my favorite cards have rotated, but with the quality of the judge calls, like my specific unfamiliarity with those specific cards has not been a big problem because we have such a great judge team here, and you know, if it's like something like I don't really know what's going on with this card, I'm able to grab another judge because we got enough people here to really make this as smooth as possible. And you know, sometimes they break your heart. Sometimes you have to game loss people that know you and miss you and love you. And
Can you go ahead and take us through that? Like, basically, what goes into judging? Like, what do you do to prepare for it, and then kind of what happens on the day?
So to prepare, so the it's so much easier than when I started back in 2017, because that was the era of Rye Runner, as we call it, rules as intended. Whereas now, what a lot of the good work that Null Signal has done is to reform Rye Runner into Raw Runner, rules as written. And so the guidelines are way more clear, the rulings are much less arcane, and so they updated the organized play policy document last month. And so I made sure I read that before this. And then, yesterday being the casual event for the team event, I was able to, get my feet wet without it being the comp level. Mm-hmm. And then, this morning we had a meeting and we went over some key points. We talked about Ag Infusion a lot. We talked about Ma. And just, there are a couple of things that this is what we know we're looking for. And we've all made a really strong effort to communicate oh, hey, this is the kind of call I had. Mm-hmm. Or I had this kind of weird situation and I wasn't sure what the right move was. And, so through that, we're all sort of increasing the knowledge base of the whole judge crew. Mm-hmm. And there are some fine young, young in terms of Netrunner years, not necessarily literally young people, but we got some fine young judges who are going to be able to grow and blossom and help grow their communities, and this experience is just going to make them much stronger at running events.
So in terms of growing the knowledge base, I would like to help grow the knowledge base of everyone watching this.
Of course.
What should you call a judge for?
Anytime you're confused about the rules, so the reason why Whiteblade is one of the best players in the world is because he is not shy about calling a judge. Anytime there's any doubt or chicanery that could be possible, I want you to call the judge. Even if it feels a little frivolous. The last call I had was about starter turn triggers and OB, and you might feel silly asking for a judge call like that, but it's better to get a judge involved and clear up any confusion that there might be, and then proceed forward.
there was a really savvy judge call that was made earlier about like the interaction between a run event and some agenda effect, and they made by making that judge call and getting that clarification for how that worked, that helped their decision tree. And so you don't need not to feel rushed. Like sure, plenty of people go to time this 1 40-minute game, but it's still enough time for you to make good plays. And so, make the judge calls liberally, please, because we can't help you if you're complaining about it way after the fact.
That sounds fairly reasonable.
Yeah.
So, just to recap, call a judge for basically anything. And to piggyback off of that, if we should call a judge for basically anything, clarification-wise, that is, what goes into a judge call? So what happens once I, raise my hand and I go, judge?
Judge. Well, first off, you got to be louder than that when you're actually making the judge call. I understand you not wanting to destroy your eardrums in this particular situation.
We want to protect our listeners, yes.
Yeah. Yes. However, you really want to make yourself heard, because there's a bunch of times I see people's like arm dangling, and they only called once and nobody heard them. So they get to the table. We figure out who really wants to talk more first, and there's a couple of different types of judge calls where it's like, I have a clarification question, and this is something that I'm doing, or it's like, hey, this happened. And so we're trying to get as much information about what led to whatever impasse happened, and if we can fix the situation as it is, or if the game's going to click a completely unrecoverable state, and at which point we have to issue game losses if it is completely unrecoverable. But it's important to get as thorough information as you can so that the judge properly understands what has happened. And whereas like if it's like a clarification question, it's really like, okay, I have this card, how does it interact with this card in this situation? And also like I downloaded the timing chart on my phone. There have been several times where like, let me just whip out my phone and open it up to the timing chart. And I just show them where on the timing chart they're wrong. I mean, they're right sometimes too, but
And so do players have to worry about the amount of time that a judge call is going to take?
So if a judge call actually takes a significant amount of time where it can impact your ability to finish the game, we can offer an extension. So if we're mulling around and it takes us 3 minutes to figure it out, we'll let you play a little longer after the end of the round. And so you don't need to be shy about like how much time that is going to take. We can offer that in order to keep the playing field as fair as possible.
Yeah. Now, this is pretty much a hometown event for you, correct?
Oh, yeah.
You've been organizing tournaments around here for years. Tell us a little bit about that. Tell us a little bit about organizing tournaments.
So because I came up during the FFG era, all the events were much more tied to stores because of product. And we're not as tied to product or to stores as we used to be. But what it came down to is just one of the stores in the San Francisco Bay Area didn't have an active TO, and I just jumped at the chance to be like, okay, well, there's nobody, there is this prize support that's at the store, and I want to run something here, and I just want to go to more events, and if I have to run the event to be able to go to an event, then I will run the event so that I can go to the event. And so it's one, you like, okay, where are you gonna play, and then once you're gonna play, like you gotta make sure that you are being very consistent so that people can have a strong expectation. And then, there's all the separate ways that like a community comes around, like, okay, we're gonna talk about our location, we're gonna have a regular scene, and it just builds from there. But so one of the things I was able to do during the FFG era was in the 2018 World Store Champ season, I knew there were a bunch of stores in the area that got these store champ kits because FFG published a list, and I had to call every single one and be like, hey, you got somebody running that event? Like, I can run that event. And it took me actually having to show up at a couple of these stores and be like, hi, my name is Isaac. I am part of the scene that plays this game. You have a kit for this game. I want to put that on the calendar. Please and thank you. and so that's how the 2018 store champ season in the San Francisco Bay Area was amazing. And we had like 13 events with only one double booking. And it was truly a magical time to be playing Netrunner in the Bay Area.
So what you're saying is basically take initiative.
You have to take initiative.
Yeah.
Because someone's got to build it.
Yeah.
Someone's got to build it. You build it if they come. You got to make it built to last. And I've been really blessed because when and the pandemic, was a lot of scenes just really struggled, and it was hard to put the pieces back together. And I decided that instead of being like, oh, if not enough people come to my next CO, that's gonna be lost, whatever. I was like, wait, that's not coming from a place of love. Instead, I went, I am running one last event as a community organizer for this community, and that same week, I had 2 people show up to play it Thursday night, play casually, and I knew that okay, that is my sign. It's gonna be a couple months before I get to run this last event, and by then this new generation will be ready to fill in my shoes. And they've been running events, and they one of those players that I met at my very last event was instrumental in securing this very venue here. So
awesome.
It's really all
incredible.
comes around.
Yeah.
So I got one last question before we do have to break away to get prepared for that next round. And it's basically, so you said that you did some farewell events when FFG ended the game, and then you did a farewell event to go ahead and go into retirement. What exactly made you come back for Worlds?
Well, I mean, it was too convenient not to. Really, as much fun as OTG was in 2021, I only got to see some 50-odd faces then. There's a lot of people that are here now that weren't here then, and I only live 4 miles from here. I would have been a real dick move if I just didn't show up at all.
Well, that's a great answer, and I really appreciate the shout out to OTG. That, of course, being one of the tournaments I organize in Minnesota. So I really appreciate that. So thank you very much for being on, Swan, and answering some of our questions. We really appreciate it,
and also thank you for being a judge, volunteering at this event.
Absolutely, that as well. So everybody that is at home, please stay tuned. We're going to be back with more coverage of the event. We're going to be back with the next round. Always be running. We love you, and we're out.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Netrunners. We are still here at the 2024 Netrunner World Championships in scenic San Francisco. My name is Cranked, pronouns he, him. I'm joined by Orbital Tangent. Shoutouts to Orbs.
Shoutouts to Cranked. I'm, in the viewer's seat here. The view is nice, and we're seeing some hot spice. So I'm really excited to commentate these last games. We've had a fantastic day one, a lot of bangers on stream. This has been really great.
We just had an awesome game on stream, just a nail biter. My heart rate has not come down since then, and this game that we've got ahead of us, I don't think it's coming down at all. It's just going through the roof right now.
Going straight up.
Yeah, we've got an exciting one here.
We're gonna have to get a stretcher for you after this one.
Does this chair have a back? I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I've never felt it.
Yeah, you don't need the whole seat because all you're going to sit on is the edge.
The edge,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm super excited for this next. Yeah, we had an awesome one on stream last game. We had D versus passive mult, R plus versus lat.
Yep.
Kind of one of the meta-defining matchups of the tournament thus far. Just a real nail biter. D had to go tag me. One off of the literal last card of the deep dive.
Yeah, almost breaks the deep dive.
On the turn they were 100% dead next turn.
That was
just absolutely awesome.
That was an awesome game to spectate. Our next match coming up is looking pretty great as well. So it looks like we have a Freedom and a PE with Fee and
Riel. Yeah, Nichan's girl, who you may recognize on NRDV, who has been just absolutely killing it. And I believe she's going to be playing PE as well, kind of the deck I think she's most well known for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really excited to see what Riel is just a noted brewer. I think anything could come out of this deck. And I'm excited to see what will come out of it.
It looks like we're sliding over to the table.
And here we go.
We got a on-screen kiss there. Notably, a team kill.
This is a team kill.
Both being members of the QTM team. But still, despite that team kill, showing the love right before the game. So
on your left, we have Fee representing Freedom Kumalo. The old FFG runner is going to be able to trash cards by paying their res or play cost just by using virus counters. And then Riel on your right playing Personal Evolution. We've been playing that one since 2012. We know what that one does. Whenever Agenda scored or stolen, doing net damage. We are underway. Riel's going to kick us off. We're seeing a copy of Mindscaping in her hand. There's a Rashida. I believe we saw. We think we saw an Agenda, but I could not tell which one it was. I love the showmanship from Riel. I'm making 3 remotes. I don't know what's going where. You figure it out.
Absolutely.
Pass the turn back over. Here's a Solidarity badge on Fee's side of the board. This is a good one. This is passive draw for doing the thing that Freedom wants to be doing already. Generally, those are the most rewarding cards in Netrunner.
Yep. Although with Freedom, you are getting a little bit of that shell game that could be a little dangerous. You're not sad to trash the assets as you have all those virus counters, but that shuffle for those remotes, this is guess right PE.
Oh yeah. Let's see what Fee guesses. Here's Rashida. Well, that one's free to trash, thankfully.
Yeah. I mean, that's a right guess, I would say. Yeah, Freedom Trigger is being used.
Now, I should also point out before we get too underway here, in addition to this being a QTM team kill, both these players sitting on 18 prestige, whoever wins this game, assuming there is a winner and we don't go to a tie, whoever wins this game is locked in for day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Although the loser of the game is not completely out of it, if they win their game afterwards, they are also locked in for day 2.
So Fee accessing a Prana Condenser here. That one's going to hit the board or hit the bin by paying the trash cost. Here's Cohort Guidance Program. Riel going to be hitting the gas pedal a little bit, yeeting one card into archives to draw another in game 2.
So yeah, as Riel, it looks like you are happy to stick at least one of those. They're all good for you. Maybe not that Prana right off the bat, but
no, that's a card we want later typically. But
you're not unhappy to see that 4 trash.
No, especially because it emptied out Fee's credits. I don't believe Fee's sitting on any more credits at this point. So we're figuring out something with the cohort trigger. That was the draw off the cohort, and there's other Mindscaping. Looks like we're going to fire Mindscape and we're going to gain 2, draw 2, and put 1 back.
That's interesting. That is the modal on Mindscaping that you see a lot less often than the kill.
Yeah, a little less typical. Occasionally you'll see it in Jinteki, and it's more typical actually to see that mode out of Jinteki, I think.
Yeah.
There are certain situations where maybe you're sticking tags with something like a Phonutria, or the El Clasico, the snare.
The snare.
But typically you're going to be using it to kind of disincentivize a run on R&D. Thanks, Riel. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, is that a copy of fully operational on the right side of her hand? It's in black and
like
white,
it
but it's a
might
one-cost
be.
operation. It sure is.
It sure is.
Oh,
Yeah.
Now
Wow.
that's
some
cool.
Spice. That's some spice.
Looking right into camera.
Giving Fee a little bit of free information as well, it looks like.
Listen, everyone else except for Fee can see these cards. How about that? Here's a copy of Moshing. We're gonna pitch. Looks like 2 Steelskin Scarrings and a Devil Charm. That's pretty good. Casual draw. What is that? 7?
Yeah, that's just casual draw 7, gain 3.
Yeah, no big deal. Whatever.
Yeah, no big deal.
Devil Charm probably not doing a ton in this matchup. Anywho.
What do we think that ice on HQ is?
Anything.
Anything?
I mean, now that I've seen a fully operational in PE, truly anything could be coming out of this deck. I think the only way to find out for me would be to run it. That looks like a copy of Fermenter.
That is an Alexis Spicer Fermenter, yes.
And it's adorable.
Oh, it
It's so
absolutely
cute.
is. It absolutely is.
All right, let's check the new remote here, see what that is.
Just going full send on checking all the remotes,
There's
and that's
a sting. Riel's happy to give those away in the early game.
Absolutely.
One point's not going to break you. You do 2 net damage, and it makes any stings that Riel scores just that much more painful.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get an accidental kill and hit some of their key pieces.
There's Devil Charm. That looks like a strike fun, so thank you very much. I'll gain 2 credits and get a point.
So this Freedom looking to have a little bit of that mulch feel to it.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a good look at it quite yet. The Solidarity Badge definitely suggests more of a mulchy kind of controlling strategy here. Most of the Freedom decks these days are often Tag Me. We're seeing a lot of things like Hot Pursuit and God of War out of Freedom. So
that is interesting. I shudder to see if we see those come down this game.
Yeah. Well, hang on. We're seeing Mindscapings though.
Oh wow! Oh,
remember what I was saying about that?
whoa.
Remember what I was saying about that? The thing in Jinteki about that first mode being popular.
Repeat that and say that slower.
Mindscaping deals damage for tags.
Wow. All right, so this matchup maybe being a really interesting one based on what we see in that Freedom deck then.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to what type of Freedom is this. I wonder if Riel has any information about what her teammate might be on.
Oh, no, I wouldn't think so.
No. Teammates famously hide all the tech from each other.
Absolutely.
I think it is Tag Me. There's a copy of Hot Pursuit in hand.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, so, yep. So we might be seeing the anti-deck to the deck.
But the thing is, Fee has now seen one Mindscaping get fired for the economy ability. So you got to think that they are aware that if they hold tags, they can just die.
Yeah, absolutely. You would expect that these two are aware of the game plan of either's decks, unless somehow they test it independently.
Here's a copy of Moshing. That's, what is that? The Price, Fermenter, and that is Manuel Lattice de Mora. Good payoff for tag.
What does that even do?
Manuel Lattice de Mora, whenever you access HQ or R&D while you're tagged, you get an additional card. And on threat 3, it basically gives you Seb's ability, where in order to trash him, with the basic action, you have to trash a card from hand.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so definitely paying off those tags that you're taking with the Tag Me deck. Yeah.
Trashing Manuel really suggests that Fee is going to be somewhat judicious in their taking of tags, and I think that's wise. Being that tags could very well become a win condition for Riel. So let's see how Fee navigates this matchup with a number of cards in their deck just being kind of turned off, at least at this stage in the game. Here's a copy of Ahuaceres Crew. Very powerful ice destruction card. The most powerful we've seen in quite a long time, possibly since Parasite.
Yeah, absolutely. This card has been doing some work on the day for Anarchs.
Here's a Raindrops Cut Stone charging the remote.
Basically just telling Riel you won't.
There's a copy of Tattoo Bola. I think you're fine. Gain 3, draw a card for hitting that thing. No big deal.
Absolutely.
I suppose you could burn it down with the crew. Oh, we are reducing the strength. We are burning it down with the crew, it appears.
That will notably deny the econ gain that this card has been famous for today.
There's Prana Condenser. That's going to get eaten up by the Fermenter using Freedom's ability. Fee only holding 1 tag. Now, they can remove the tag with the Solidarity Badge. And that may be the choice that they make at the beginning of their turn. Do I want the card or do I want this tag gone? Here's a copy of Spin Doctor.
Yeah, that fermenter is really great for freedom, notably powering your ability, but also being able to be cracked for those credits. So it gives you a lot of flexibility.
Here's a copy of Hansai Review, sending 1 card to the bin in exchange for 5 credits. The bin is often where Kentucky players want some of their best cards. If Riel is running something like...
yeah, cards are cringy. They're best in the bin.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I put all these cards in my deck. I don't actually want to look at them. Let's just tuck those away.
Yeah, you don't play cards. You throw them away.
Especially if Riel may be having something like Regenesis in her deck.
So
the bin is exactly where she wants them.
Now that we're seeing the Spin Doctor here, what do you think that Riel is digging for?
Anyway, 31 minutes.
I think so. This sort of screams Regenesis, particularly now that we've seen Cohort Guidance Program. Cohort is one of the best ways to get agendas into the bin. Now, granted, you cannot use Cohort to put an agenda into the bin and then score Regenesis, because Regenesis has words on it that say you can't do that. But you can safely tuck a 5/3 in the hand. Here's the run on the Spin Doctor. Yep. Let's see what Riel chooses to shuffle back.
We do have 2 face downs, notably.
I don't think those are going back in. I couldn't get a good look at what went back in. Potentially Mindscapings? I'm not sure.
I guess, yeah. No, they can only see what's on the top. Yeah.
Ooh, Hermes. That one seems quite good in this matchup.
Checking.
Just yet more and more just annoying cards for Riel to have to deal with, in addition to these virus counters, in addition to this freedom ability. Now the unres cards are going back into her hand.
Oh, yeah. Definitely makes you not want to score proactively.
There's Cohort. That one's not long for this world.
Absolutely not.
Pay 2 credits to trash it.
Now, it looks like Fee did choose to take the card off of the Solidarity Badge. Rather, I believe that yellow chip is a tag, if I'm not mistaken. So Fee's still holding 1 tag.
Yes, it does look like there's 1 tag there. Notably with Mindscaping, if you believe that Mindscaping is the only kill card that they're on, it's only going to do 1 net damage to you.
Right now.
And
it'll only do a max of 3, which is an important thing. So Riel's, unless something goes truly awry for Fee, likely not going to kill off of 1 Mindscaping. It's probably going to come down to 2 if all goes according to plan.
Yeah, so Fee likely knows, again, this being their testing, its testing partner, Riel could have an end of the line or not, and Fee may know what's in the deck.
Yes. Yeah, holding on to 1 tag seems quite safe. I don't, like I said, it would take something to go truly pear-shaped in order for 1 tag to be the thing that kills you. But hey, you never know. This is Netrunner. Truly wilder things have already happened on stream today.
Yeah. End of the line could be the thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah, like I said, we've already seen fully operational. So, I mean, 1x end of the line, sure. I'll sign me up. There's a second copy of Hermes. That one's not doing much. Oh, that altar card in Fee's hand is a copy of God of War.
Yeah, so this is full send tag me.
Oh, yeah. But I think Fee's got to be really judicious with the way that it takes tags. Though it is worth pointing out, accessing a Mindscaping, 2 virus counters, not outside the realm of possibility. Ooh, that's a copy of a Nancy. That one's going to be a little tough to deal with, I would think. God of War, while it is very good for taking tags for value, it is not especially good at breaking ice. I believe it is 2 credits to break 1 subroutine, and it starts at string 0. Ooh, there's 2. Oh, we're running archives. Looks like there's 2 agendas. That's a Sting and a copy of Hybrid Release.
So that's going to deal...
Looks like 3 more total. Yeah, 1 from the Hybrid. It's technically 3 sets, 3 instances of 1 damage, but effectively it's 3. 1 from the Hybrid Release and 2 from the Sting.
We're seeing the Hot Pursuit go away.
Yeah, I think that's a hit point in this matchup. We're going to... Oh, there's a lot of Hermes triggers about to happen. HQ Ice, bounced.
Yep. That one?
God of War, out of there.
Yep, God of
Let's
War.
see what this other one is. Hot Pursuit, gone.
So all the tag me cards, just yeet it in the trash.
Hit points. Don't need them, didn't want them.
Yeah.
And all the ice back to hand. Let's see what Fee does now that the ice is gone. Can't get a good look at that. Is it Moon Pool? I can't tell. I think it's hitting the bin.
It is hitting the bin.
It's
It
a
is
moon
a moon
pool.
pool.
Okay.
Yep.
Riel's hand looks like a few pieces of ice. It's the fully op that's still there, although I think that one's not, we're pretty far off of fully operational. But there is a Fuji asset retrieval in there.
Yeah. We're seeing a full ice up. We're seeing a full ice up here.
Yeah, I think it's wise. You gotta deny the you gotta deny the accesses, especially with the leech on the board at this point. You can't let Fee get the leech counters for effectively free.
Yeah, you cannot let that happen for sure. That freedom is just going to rip apart your board already. We've seen that already. Freedom being used to huge effect, keeping that board basically clear.
Yeah, it's what Freedom has always done since he's been around in this game. Is does X card say 0 in the corner or a number below, like, I don't know, 3? Gone. Forget about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Although Fee has not been able to get a huge pile of credits, probably because none of those hot pursuits have been able to be used.
Correct. I gotta think that Fee's really leading on the hot pursuit to gain credits in a typical matchup. This is not a typical matchup. I also now, though, I do wonder. Now that the leech is on the board, can Fee start thinking about cracking the fermenter, or is that probably the best way that Fee's going to get virus counters for the freedom ability?
They're very consistent virus counters, I would say, especially with the centrals iced up and then nothing in the remotes right now. There's really no other consistent way to get those things to keep your board clear, I think.
Fee sitting on 8 credits here. Riel sitting on a whole lot more. What is that, 20? So Spider and Ansi very much online here.
Very much.
Just not something that Fee can afford to face check.
Yeah, and Fee has no breakers right now.
Not a one. Typically, these Tag Me decks, the only breakers they're running are God of War. Maybe Botulus. I can see Botulus coming down. Never mind. Here is an icebreaker. That's Amakua.
Amakua also really synergizing with Freedom.
Yes.
So with those virus counters, if they let you get too many, they're just trash fodder.
And there's a lot of ways to lower ice strength.
Is that another crew?
Yeah, it is another A crew.
No charm?
Looks like Fee motion to archive. Might be running archives. Nope, R&D, excuse me.
So Fee looking
Ooh,
for some
Vampiro
places to get
Nasa.
in.
That is a big code gate, and I don't think that Fee's going to have a way to burn that one down quite yet. Ahuraceras crew only capable of reducing an ice's strength by 2. No counters on the turtle or the leech just yet. So I think this one's just going to fire.
Yeah, but it is not going to end the run.
No.
So Fee can go through and access if that is the plan.
That will put, unless there's a steel skin in hand, that's going to put Fee on 1 card in hand? That's dangerous.
It looks like there is a steel skin.
Is that a steel? Yeah, is that a steel skin? Yeah, it is a steel skin, not a strike fund. Okay. Okay, not bad.
So we're going to see if there is an access here.
With 3 cards, I think you're mostly safe to access. See what it is? Looks like Wage Workers.
Wage Workers, yeah.
Thinking about whether Fee wants to trash that one, it would take a lot. So just going to leave that one. Let's check the other remote.
You know, seeing the Wage Workers and the fully up, I'm not certain that this deck is on end of the line. It may be...
Oh my goodness, that's all 3 Mindscapings in Riel's hand.
All 3 Mindscapings.
All 3. So if Fee ever dips low, because I believe we've seen all 3 steel skins at this point.
We have. I believe 2 of them went down on the first turn.
For the moshing.
For the moshing.
Yes, and then the most
Casual
recent
draw
one.
7.
Here's Moonpool. Looks like it's getting shuffled back in off of Spin Doctor. And there's Tattoo Bola. Yep, Spin Doctor out of the game. 2 cards getting shuffled right back in. Feed is doing an excellent job of containing the board here. Based on Riel's hand, we know that she is looking to put cards behind ice and then do things with them. Fully op would be the suggestion there, but Feed is doing an excellent job of controlling the board and just making sure that whatever Riel's game plan may or may not be, she's not doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. This board is basically naked except for the iced centrals, and there's only 1 rezzed. So that Hermes could actually roll back the other progress as well. So not looking real hot on Riel's side.
Vampiro Nasa still doing a fairly effective job of protecting R&D here. Fee not able to burn that one down with the crew just yet. Would need another copy of Leech or something like an Ice Carver. But Fee with no money left, just the 1 singular credit.
Now, was that Spin Director pop during this run where Vampiro Nasa was res? Are we still resolving that?
I don't believe so. I believe that Fee accessed the Wage Workers off of that R&D run.
Oh, yeah, you're correct. You are correct.
Riel sitting with just a ton of cards in her hand. This looks like a good Wage Workers turn. That may have been what just got installed. Now, Wage Worker is a bit different than Jeeves. It doesn't have to see the other two actions happen.
So if that Wage Workers can stick, you might be able to overwhelm even Freedom because you can do the 4 installs per turn.
I think if Riel has an ice, she can stick the Wage Workers a bit easier. Oh, we're going to trash the Ahuaceras crew. Maybe not. Hold on. Let's back up.
Cool. So install.
I'm guessing that sort of suggests the wind back on this does make me think that that's a Wage Workers that just got installed.
Yeah.
I did.
I think it's going to be.
Yep.
It's the Wage Workers res. It looks like there's going to be 2 installs here, and then probably the trash.
That would be my guess as well.
Yeah.
You don't. The sequencing does matter here for Riel in order to get that free click from Wage Workers. Wow, not protecting it.
Protecting something else, and then doing the trash. Yep.
It's interesting to choose that Riel is choosing not to protect the Wage Workers. This is a really good way to farm turtle counters.
Not only is it a good way to farm turtle counters, you do have enough for your Freedom ability to go in and trash that for free. So
yeah,
even after just farming some turtle counters, you could then crack the fermenter there to get the credits because Fee is on only 1 credit right now.
Here's a copy of Labor Rights. If he's going to mill 3 cards, that's a strike fund, the price, and a botulus. Hey, that's going to gain 2 credits. Oh, and then we're just going to shuffle. Then we're going to shuffle 3 cards. 3 cards back into our deck and draw a card.
Crew.
I think have we seen 2 crews at this point?
We've seen 2 crews at this point. Yes. One of them got used. One of them got trashed.
What do you think? What do you think? Never mind. He's going to show us 2 crews and
Steelskin.
Steelskin.
Yep.
Wise.
I was thinking Steelskin would go back in. Fee knowing that the
No.
Mindscaping kill is possible.
It's not
Wow.
Steelskin. Devil Charm.
Devil
Gutsy.
Charm. Very gutsy, I think.
One of the ways that these Jinteki decks, particularly these PE decks, have historically won is attrition. Empty out the stack, and eventually, the runner will just kind of crash upon the rocks and break themselves.
So we are seeing Regenesis in hand,
Yes.
along with all of those Mindscaping.
Now we do know that Riel was holding on to a Fuji asset retrieval at one point. Could this Regenesis be setting up a 4-point play?
I think it very well could be. We still have some face downs in archives.
That being said, Riel does have to stick the Regenesis in order to make that 4-point play, but that would be a pretty big swing if she's able to do it. Let's see what Fee can come up with this turn. I think there's 1 Ahuaceras crew in hand, a couple other cards I can't get a good look at. We're going to charge the new remote.
Yep.
Just a Tattoo Bola.
So that is breakable with Turtle the way that it is. You are giving some credits, but that may be fine just to check what's in that remote.
Yeah, I think Fee is happy to go through this one and give Riel a few more credits. The difference between 11 and 15 on this board state doesn't seem to be dramatic.
11 basically might as well be a million.
Ooh, House of Knives.
And 13 is just 1,000,001.
Yeah. For PE, absolutely. Yes, we're going to resolve the Hermes first, and then we're going to lose. Oh, that's a counter surveillance.
Okay, so this is the full tag me.
Yeah, this is full send tag me on Fee's side of the board, which, but I think a lot with knowing that Mindscapings are in play here, I think those cards are hit points, and I think Fee understands this as well.
Yeah, so it looks like Fee also ran and went after that Wage Workers as well.
Okay. I think that's wise as well. You can't let Riel just bury you in value off of the million extra clicks you'll get from Wage Workers.
Absolutely. And slowly just building up a number of points. I mean, it's 4 agendas, 5 cards removed into that scoring area. But it's over halfway there to the end of the game. So just slowly finding those 1-pointers.
Yeah. You want to score early against PE. Making a new remote. We're going to jam something behind it. Re-ice HQ. Pass the turn back. Let's see what Fee can do. Draw a card off of the Solidarity badge.
So leaving one of the remotes empty and instead creating that new remote, which is an interesting play.
It is. Very interesting to see what comes out of this. Fee has been playing quite aggressive thus far, so we'll see if he wants to charge that new remote.
Clicks, 1 1, 2, and 3.
So that's
That was
Regenesis.
Riel was going for it, I think.
Fuji.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, she's scoring it. 4-point play for Riel. This game is all tied up.
I will get rid of.
That was a lot of work, but I typically a 4-point play, that juice is often worth the squeeze, I think.
Absolutely, it is.
Oh, and by the way, bounce the HQ ice again. It's the story of the game so far.
Yeah, so that Hermes getting a lot of value, just eating a lot of clicks from the core.
It's so deeply annoying, especially with so many one-pointers in play here.
Yeah, absolutely. You really hate to see that as the corp.
Oh, the third sting is in hand. Is that 4 net damage if Riel's able to score it?
It's quite a lot, yeah.
It's 1 plus, so it's 1 from the P, 1 from the sting, and then 2 more from the other copies of the sting. It's 4 net damage.
Yeah, so we're seeing a run in, though. And is it the sting?
Oh,
It's the sting!
Oh, it's the third sting.
Sorry,
So that's still only 2.
It's only 2. And they're all accounted for. Fee's sitting on 5 points here.
That one?
The crew is going away.
Oh, Osiris Cruz. See ya. And
Just
that's
can't
Hermes.
keep those in hand.
No.
Just can't keep them on the table, can't keep them in hand.
Should be a Hermes bounce here as well. Fee looking to score, perhaps looking to score 7 the most honest way possible. 7 1-pointers.
You love to see it. Or
I
maybe
do.
you
I
hate
really.
to see it.
No, I love it.
You don't want to draw?
So cards in hand right now for Fee is 2.
It's a dangerous number. Going back into HQ. Seeing Anemone.
We'll see if Fee
Gone.
uses some clicks to draw up here.
I'll trash this.
Because those Mindscapings are still in hand.
Yeah. We're using the Fermenter credits to trash the Anemone with the
Yep.
freedom ability, draw
Weird.
back up. Makes sense.
Respecting the fact that those Mindscapings might be held.
Looks like another Vampiro Nasa just went into hand for Riel. That one not looking as good. It can be leached down to the point where Turtle can break it, although it is quite expensive. 4 subroutines on that card.
What is your path, if you're Riel here, to get those final 3 points? What is it that you're digging for? What is it you're doing? Do you have to do another Regenesis?
That's kind of what I'm thinking about. I think if you could sneak another Regenesis through, the problem is that Fuji's now lethal. If he ever touches a Fuji, game's over. But I think Regenesis is probably going to be the best way for Riel to...
HQ Archives?
Yeah, HQ Archive. Probably going to be the best way for Riel to sort of cheat out the win here if possible.
Yeah, so we just saw an ice on HQ and Archives.
And worth noting, Riel does not need another 4-point Regenesis play to win out. Just a 3-point one will do it. So something like Regenesis into Blood in the Water or just scoring a Fuji could also just be enough to do it.
Absolutely.
Fee pondering options here. There's Crew.
Another Crew. It looks like we're going to see a burn down of that Vampire Nasa boss.
Just click. Looks like Fee's just clicking up for credits and passing the turn back.
Just passing.
This is dangerous because this Crew can just be trash. No, it looks like. Yeah, no, we're running HQ.
I
think that was a Vampiro Nasa that went in front of HQ. Let's see if I was correct in that. Riel pondering.
There is a click
yes, it
remaining.
is Vampiro Nasa. It could cost a number. I think it would cost Fee just about everything to get through this. All the money, all the leech tokens. Here's the tag. Looks like we're just going to burn this one down, I think. Yep. When in doubt, burn it down. There goes Vampiro Nasa. Taking the second tag, though.
There's got to be a tag clear here, one would think.
Fee does have a spare click. Mindscaping.
So now Fee knows that is in HQ.
Yep.
And it's getting trashed, though.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's how Fee can lose this game.
And are we going to see
What
a
is
tag
click
clear?
4? Going back in.
Going back in.
Gutsy.
Not respecting.
How many cards are in Fee's hand? Regenesis.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Hang on. How many?
This has got to be the Mindscaping for the kill.
I believe Riel was on, I think, credit double Mindscaping short of a, if there's no Sealskin scarring in hand, Fee might be dead.
I think Fee might be dead here.
Click for a credit.
Credit. There is double mindscaping.
Mine's
Here's
getting
one.
damage.
Uh-oh.
Unless a steel skin is hit.
Steel skin is Fee's out here. Nothing.
No steel skin.
There it is. Riel
And the
finds
handshake
it.
out.
Oh, Fee is gutted.
Oh my god!
Fee is gutted, and you can tell. And I don't blame.
Game was in archives.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Heartbreaker taking the second tag off of the Aguaceras
And that
crew is what
shows
did it.
you. That shows you how.
No, you lost.
You can kind of throw it away in one decision there, because Fee playing a fantastic game up
Fee
until
played
then.
so sharp that game.
It's so sharp, making that one decision on HQ that changed the course of the game. Just in some ways not respecting maybe that there might be a triple mindscaping there.
Yeah, kind of just gambling and telling Riel you don't have it, especially after
Which is a very safe
burning
bet.
especially after burning the one. You see the one, you probably think you're safe.
Yep, which is a
Probably
very
don't have all three.
very safe bet. But
Riel overcome with emotion. She is just confirmed to be playing tomorrow in the next 3 rounds of Swiss. Huge moment. She's had a great last year and a half or so of play.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, really coming out of nowhere, winning a lot of events. She's excellent player. And so just, hats off to Riel. Excellent game. And by the way, Fee's tournament is not over. Fee still has a chance to win win the next round. So it's not over. If in these situations you have to collect yourself, move on, and just win the next game. To quote Al Davis, just win, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. Just win out, and then Fee's in a lock on day 2 as well. I do have to reiterate again that Netrunner's a very complicated game. It's very easy to make a mistake, and some mistakes can be critical and cause you to lose a game. But the play that Fee had up until that critical turning point in the game was very sharp. It was very excellent. We saw how Fee was controlling that board, using Hermes to great effect, getting the crew back, getting the steel skins back, keeping the hand size up. So that play, I do have to reiterate to everybody at home, was very sharp. And sometimes in Netrunner, you make a call, and your opponent has it when you say that they won't.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that if they had just swung a different way for Fee, things would have been different. If Fee had accessed a different card, anything else besides an agenda, probably this game is still ongoing. If Fee had accessed, if Fee had just drawn a card on the last click of Fee's turn, then the enough cards in hand, not dead to Mindscaping. So just a lot of different angles that could have been taken, but like you said, all it takes is one mistake sometimes. But credit where credit's due. Riel, congratulations, awesome play. And by the way, like I mentioned before, we have one more round of Swiss. We're not even done.
Yeah, we're not. Although I think it is the final round for yourself.
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. I think I've just done 4 rounds straight. They were all bangers, honestly. I think all of them were highlight reel stuff for each player. I'm thrilled to have gotten to put my voice on them, and I'm thrilled that our players allowed us to put our voice on them and presented these amazing games for us. So hats off to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cranked, I want to thank you for being here, man. We're going to see you tomorrow, chat, so tune in if you want to see more of this guy. I'm going to close you out with the final round, and we're going to cut away, and we'll be back with maybe some couch time or another game. We'll see you in a moment here. Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Netrunner World Championship. I am Orbital Tangent, aka Josh, pronouns he, him.
I'm Eric Hayden, he, him.
All right, excellent. So we're getting back into the Netrunner action here, and we're going to take it to the table shortly. It looks like here we go. And we have ATN versus Man in the Moon. Both of these players on 6-4, so their records right now and whether or not they win this game is going to determine whether or not they make the Day 2 progressive cut.
We just had a peek through the decks before each round. We checked the decks for alt arts, so we're able to, commentate on the game intelligently. And there's some spice in Atien's deck right now. We're very excited to see some of it. And Man of the Moon on Freedom, that's a Big Daddy Freedom alt art, I think from a previous Worlds. I love that alt art. Atien is very prolific in the European alt art scene. There's a lot. I think a lot of the EMEA alt arts she did. So it's really exciting to have both these players on the cusp of making Day 2.
Yep.
This is going to be a very tense game.
Yep. And again, just to clarify these stakes for everybody at home, whoever loses will be out. They will be eliminated from the tournament, and whoever wins goes on to Day 2 to try to fight for their life to be in the top 16 cut.
It is very exciting to see an Atea deck at this point in the tournament ready to make Day 2, because it's an ID that a lot of players have tried to make a very competitive deck out of and haven't found necessarily like a foothold in the competitive scene. And we've seen a couple of Atea decks, if not 2, if not 3, on stream today that have been very exciting. Local player Dan Bouchard for my area anyway has been doing well with one as well, so that's exciting. And I think Man in the Moon is probably, just because it's a Freedom deck, is probably something similar to what we saw in the last game with Fee doing a Tag Me Freedom. Pailu, similar deck that was, I think the original that we saw come out in the scene was a QTM deck. Tag Me, trash.
QTM being very innovative on that deck, going the full send with the counter surveillance Freedom deck, which is something you don't see very often these days, especially with Mindscaping and end of the line in the meta. So a very kind of risky deck, but as we saw with Fee's last game, a deck that can still play into tags and tag punishment and still put on quite a clinic of like how you can deal with those and basically disrespect them.
Right. There is some scary ice on this on the side of Atea. We see it, a Nancy alt art in hand.
Yes.
We saw Saisentan, which is a good opener, just to say, you need to respect this, otherwise I'm either going to set you back, or if you stumble and make a mistake, flatline you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing on ATN's side just a triple install, no credit cards, no econ here, so just a triple install of ice. Icing up, it looks like all of the centrals.
Centrals and a remote, potentially? Or centrals and archives, it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to say. We don't know where the player's archives is at this point. I'm thinking archives to probably turn off Turtle.
Okay, yep, yeah. I don't know that usually the counter-surveillance decks have been on God of War, but potentially Turtle, if that's a different variant of the Freedom list. It would be an interesting way to generate virus counters for the ID.
Yep. So notably, Fee's list we did see on Turtle.
Really? Okay.
Absolutely. Was that an install double advance?
It seems to be. So that makes me think that is one of the 2 remotes for Atea. Atea is an ID that limits the number of remotes the corp can have to 2.
Yeah, so we're seeing a double advance and a naked remote and an install of a second ice on a remote with nothing in it.
That reads NGO front to me. The double advance, install double advance, could potentially be a Charlotte as well.
Now, one of the interesting things here is you can play the mind game of, I know that you know that it's an NGO. So this could be an agenda. It would be a very bold move.
Etienne just playing it cool. This reads an NGO, and therefore you won't touch it. I don't know what tempo. We're going to check it, respecting it. And it is. It's
It is an NGO.
A Worlds Alt Art NGO from last year, I believe.
Yep, from last year.
Very pretty.
Oh, yeah, that's a great one.
Just taxing a run, and as you noted, not any econ in that first turn, and you wanted to see it, ideally.
Absolutely. So a lot of ice coming online now, notably the Spider.
Ooh, Botulus on HQ, which is definitely somewhere that Freedom wants to be able to get in, hit over and over again, trash those critical operations out of hand.
Botulus also working as a battery for Freedom.
Yeah. Yeah. Good passive that. You see Botulus, you see Fermenters just slowly ticking up. We see a Leech on the table already. So once you crack that HQ, then every run on HQ is going to give you more virus counters, and things are going to spiral out of control if Atienne can't do something about it.
Atienne having a think on the second Atea trigger card there. Potentially taking something back and then deciding they wanted to install a different one.
Resing of Vovo Azeti, which is an upgrade that's going to allow a lot of the ice that's going to stack up on these servers to be res very cheaply.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's really huge for Jinteki. A lot of their most painful ice being very expensive to res. So you have the Spider, you have Vampire Nasa, you have the Cloud Eater, I believe.
Cloud Eater, yeah. That's I think a 10 cost, really expensive, but pretty impactful when you have to encounter it, especially on the turn that it's resed.
And all of those ice also having lots of subroutines, so they're very annoying to deal with, even with these breakerless things like Botulus and things of that nature.
Second Leech getting installed. Getting into HQ here now that Botulus has been cooking for a little bit is going to be just running Archives just to get a Leech counter, virus counter on both Leeches. That's going to be a very easy way for Freedom to be very effective. If Man of the Moon just does like double, triple run on Archives, Atienne won't be able to spend turn after turn just hard purging. So it's going to be
absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see an ice on Archives at some point.
Right.
Just to, as you say, that's going to be crushing if it just keeps ticking up. So just to shut that down and make it not free.
I think that's an altar, not an altar, a black and white proxy of a bacterial reprogramming that just got drawn. And we're installing something in one of the remotes. No Atea trigger.
So I couldn't tell if that was an agenda that we saw installed.
Yeah, I don't know if it
or
got
if
jammed.
that was another upgrade.
Paladin Puemu is going to be a nice source. It came down very early and is going to be just generating a lot of money for installing cards, keeping the Freedom economy, which isn't like usually very rich, just going to be able to put down the things that need to get installed without having too much money.
Now, so notably, the Botulus can get through an Anansi at this point in time if that is what is on HQ. However, it is very risky to run with those upgrades, as one of them could be a virus, which would cause you a lot of pain.
Right. We saw Consume come down, which is a 5 influence card out of Apex, one of the only legal cards that sees play out of Apex, one of the many factions that's still surviving.
We're seeing a no-res.
And, the Bacterial.
Oh, the Bacterial. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing for ATN, as that is going to allow them to control their draws for the foreseeable future and sculpt their hand. So the Bacterial is very, very good for the Corp when you do score it as the runner.
So we see 3 Tattoo Bolas and a non-C. So we're ordering. We get to see the ordering. This is exciting. 2 Tattoo Bolas on the top.
Probably wanted to turn that econ on.
I think that is. It's the upgrade. What is the upgrade?
That looks like a Lacosta.
No, it's there's a sysop. Oh my, I'm forgetting the name of the sysop. Who makes you do a side game and
Adrian Seiss.
Adrian Seiss, thank you.
That was an Adrian Seiss, are you sure?
Yeah, there was definitely an Adrian Seiss in hand. I think so. The color palette is very unique. That is Lacosta.
Yep.
Which is just going to allow, something just to tick up passively. Could be an agenda.
Could be a Biovault as well.
Yeah. Do you think this is a Glacier style deck? Seems like it's a sort of a tempo scoring. But with a Vovo there, just being able to install lots of ice and res it is a potential overwriting the
Overwriting,
Botulus. Yeah.
Both denying the counters for trashing and then denying a breaker. So Man in the Moon can't really get in anywhere without a face check, and a lot of Jinteki's ice at a certain number of credits are very scary to face check.
Right. 2 leeches with each with 2 counters means that most breakers will be able to do some work here, but we got to find it.
Absolutely.
And we got to find it before Etienne starts to build something that's just impenetrable.
Yeah, Man in the Moon also has his econ engine set up here. Lots of credits on the table, and that consume, once you start trashing things, will build up so that you eventually are able to grab a lot of credits off of it.
This is pretty exciting.
Yeah, we're seeing an Audrey.
Audrey and Botulus might be like the full suite of breakers, potentially, just working on that. Now, Audrey is something that you need to use hosted virus counters to break subroutines, and you get them by trashing cards, and Freedom's very good at trashing cards. But you need to pay with cards out of your hand to get power, although the leech counters are going to be helping with that.
So we're seeing a run and an ice res on R&D here. It's just a Thimble Rig.
Thimble Rig is a bit of a liability here, just because you can get through it with no effort, basically. 1 virus counter off of the Audrey, but you can't. It does stop right now.
Yeah, so Audrey is going to have to build up virus counters before that Thimble Rig becomes a huge liability. But yes, you are correct that eventually it could be allowing Freedom to get into R&D and get some free trashes.
You almost want something like a Contaminate to start up the Audrey, as much as that card doesn't get played a whole lot. I don't. Okay, we have two advancements at the start of the Corp turn with the Lacosta. Notably, the Lacosta does not need to advance a card that can be advanced, so that could just be any old card.
Yep, could be. So we're seeing a hedge fund. There is a Sadaka in hand, so it looks like this deck is on Sadaka.
Sadaka is a trash ice that will, or trap ice, excuse me, that will allow the Corp to trash a resource if you trash a card out of HQ. The targets here are limited right now to Paladin Plemo. But if we see an impactful resource come down other than that, then it could be a very nasty surprise.
Notably for this deck, it also doubles as a mini bacterial, allowing the Corp to control their draws.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of multifunction.
Yeah, that first subroutine normally not mattering.
Right, yeah. It tends to be played for trashing the impactful resources like Twinnings and things like that. Have we seen a whole lot of Atea installs here? I feel like we haven't. Or was that last turn, install in the other remote to get the ice? I think that's usually the play pattern, right?
It looks like we saw an Atea trigger for that additional remote, yes.
Okay, that's good. That's one of the ways that can be, this can be a very powerful ID, because you don't need to pay the additional install costs for all the ice as they stack up. And that's just a Charlotte with nothing on it. Gonna get trashed here. Are we trashing with for 0 with Freedom, I assume?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Right. Getting a Consume and an Audrey, kind of jump-starting the machine. And there's an impactful resource that just came down. It's a Bonhar. Bonhar Gantulga. So that is a resource that's going to allow Man in the Moon to just run straight through those single ice servers, churning their subroutines into do 1 net damage. So the Thimble Rig becomes do 1 net. Not all that much of a threat. The Tattoo Bowl are the same. So that's...
Oh, wow. We're seeing a quad ice remote.
That's a deep, yeah. So, okay, here leveraging the Atea ability to really stack up that server. With the Vovo sitting there, that's now, each ice gets a discount of 2 credits. So 2, 4, 6, 8 credits that's going to save.
Oh, wow. That is an incredible amount of credits there. Making that small stack of credits, that 6, look a little bit more scary than it otherwise would be. As you pointed out earlier, though, that Thimble Rig may be a liability. However, Thimberrig, at the start of your turn, you can swap it to somewhere else.
Right.
So it could be buried at the bottom of that remote, sort of hiding it and getting something more threatening on R&D.
Right. And that ability to swap Thimberrig happens at the beginning of the Corp turn, and then anytime someone passes the Thimberrig, which is right now after this this net damage. Or we've just named. Okay, we're Man in the Moon is indicating which server the Banhar is assigned to at the start of the turn by placing it in front of it. So
Yep,
it's assigned
absolutely.
to R&D and now making a run. Rolling a dice, not a heavy dice to do the net damage, and it's another Ottery.
Yeah, you're not unhappy to see that go as freedom.
Yeah, you don't need it. You don't expect to see program trashes, I don't think. And trashing
Yep,
an
seeing
Adrian
a
Seiss.
trash. Yep. So you were correct.
Yay.
Adrian Seiss.
I love that art. It's such a cool color palette.
Absolutely, very unique, even among Jinteki cards.
Running the remote here. And we're going to pop an NGO front to fuel all of the reses that are about to happen. That's the thing, is anytime there's a double advanced card on the table, it could potentially just be 8 credits out of nowhere.
Yep, so it looks like that's an Anansi.
Ooh, boy.
So that's going to be very difficult for Audrey to get through normally. However, there are several leeches there, so Audrey can get up to strength. How much can Audrey break?
I mean, so between the Devil Charm and the leeches, this is not a problem. It is pump 3 strength for 1 card in your grip, starting at 0. Needs to get up to 5 here. So you could just spend all the leech counters if you wanted. You could trash 1 card from hand and spend 2 leech counters. You know, there's mix and match options. You could just Devil Charm. Looks like we're trashing a Steelskin, using Audrey to draw 2 cards and pump simultaneously. This is the synergy of the Strike Fund, Steelskin, Audrey package. Also, very useful utility that we saw out of mulch decks in the previous year, where the Audrey just allows you to sort of do that whenever you need to.
Yep.
Which can be very, very useful.
We are seeing a Jack out after that, however. So not continuing after the Audrey is cleared.
Right, because we've used the virus counters on the Audrey to break the subroutines. So after that run, you're worried about breaking
Advance the score.
Ooh, it's a Fuji. That's a 5/3 that's going to do 2 net damage.
Yep. Notably when scored or stolen, so it's defensive and proactive.
So 2 net. We'll see what we got. It was another Audrey and a daily cast.
Yeah, and that being basically slow rolled in that glacier.
Right. Yeah, it just sat there, and Lacosta just ticked it up. Another ice on HQ, which is definitely, I think, the server that you're. Oh, okay, both centrals just getting guarded up. So, yeah, it's a Glacier Atea.
Yeah, it looks like it.
5 credits though, only 5 credits.
And even though early Man in the Moon looked to have a set up board, it looks like ATN is swinging this around to control the tempo of this game.
Okay, yep. We're reminding to reassign Banhar at the start of the runner's turn. How is ATN going to be getting money again here? Obviously, the Tattoo Blows will help. Passively, we sort of expect, after seeing all 3 of them on that bacterial score, that there's probably some more out on the board somewhere. So that's just lying in wait. But otherwise, ATN's going to need some sort of money generation to proceed, I think.
Yeah, I think that key breakpoint there is that 8 credits, because you do want to threaten an Anansi with the Banhar trying to get through your ice, because an Anansi against a Banhar can just be lethal.
Absolutely lethal, yeah. Normally, an Anansi is representing 4 net damage, but with a Banhar turning all the subroutines into net damage, it just becomes, I think, a 6.
6,
yeah.
yes.
So that can just straight up flatline a runner out of nowhere.
Yep. And that's not what you want to see. And even if you do have the steel skin to save you, it's still normally not what you want to see. You don't want to trash your whole hand just to get into a server.
I think we're going to, seeing the Paladin installing 2 credits off the Paladin and 1 real credit to install a Twinning, and then trashing a Strike Fund out of hand using Audrey's instant speed ability to gain 2 credits back up. Just like I said, a utility action that's built in when you have those cards in your hand in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to be in a run window to do that, Audrey. So that's a clever move. If you're going to trash the card anyway at end of turn, which Man in the Moon looked like he was, you might as well just send it to Audrey, and then you get 2 credits for your trouble.
Okay, so we did see another Fujii drawn into hand. We saw something. Okay, a Spin Doctor installed in the in the basically the spare remote, and I believe an Atea trigger to install what is possibly that Fujii. I think that is an Anoetic. I can't recall what that. I looked at that and thought it is very interesting. Oh, Mindscaping. I think that's a Mindscaping.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, so this is Atea working on controlling the flow of cards. And then it also looks like this Atea looking to kind of slow roll in a big Glacier remote.
That is a big Glacier remote. That's very scary. And Man in the Moon has to get in somewhere to be able to get in somewhere else. It's a bit of a chicken and the egg, right?
Absolutely. So one of the things to note about the big Glacier remote, because of the cost reducer there, any Anansi's are online. Vampire Anansi's are online. Yeah.
Popping a Spin Doctor potentially before the start of turn. So it's something that you want to do often if you have a specific card in your archives that you need to draw potentially this turn. You would be happy to draw. In this case, both an Adrian Sice and a NGO front getting shuffled back in, and then we'll do the mandatory draw.
ATN might also not like the cards that they were able to look at on top when controlling the card flow. So the shuffle, gets you new, fresh cards that you may want to see.
Yeah, Spin Doctor is an incredible utility card, and I appreciate that it is in the game. It's a lot of fun. One of my favorites. That's a Sadaka. That's the trap card where now that the twinning is on the table, I think we just see, the twinning or an Aquaceres crew. Both juicy targets for twinning. Which one of these are you going to trash if you're Etienne here? The Aquaceres crew or the twinning?
You're probably going to trash the twinning, I would say. That's going to be something that you can weather it because of the bacterials, but you would rather not.
Oh, can this be broken? Because Audrey's an AI breaker. No. Oh, yeah, it just got broken with Audrey. I sort of missed that, I suppose. Normally, you can't break Sadaka because it's a trap program. Banhar. Turn to a Banhar. That's right. That's not the time that you want to res it necessarily, but it is 2 net. Yep, sorry about that. Totally missed the Banhar on the server. That is a Rashida. That's a Rashida Heme.
Yep.
Thanks to production to keeping us straight here on comms. Doing 2 jobs at once. All right. I think Man in the Moon probably breathing a sigh of relief to have seen the Sadaka without it actually doing its job.
So we're seeing the unrevealed card get a counter on it. We're seeing fresh cards off the top of R&D now. We're seeing something else go into the remote, another upgrade.
And double advance. Okay, so this is either another NGO just to bait a run.
No, it has to be an upgrade. One of those has to be an upgrade. One of them has to be a Biovault.
Does it? Which one has to be? Because the Lacosta can advance anything, right? So
you're right. The Lacosta. Well, one of them would be an upgrade of some.
Yes.
Of some.
Yep. Oh, Banhar on the remote into the Anansi. Yeah, this is brave. Installing a Nuka. Going to click the Nuka to drop just to survive the 6 net. Are we doing this?
That would be an incredible play, but how else? How do you get deeper into the server?
Right.
I mean, I think that's the real question.
If you let a Fujii get scored, can you do that and still win the game? Is maybe the question. Because then you're 6-0.
Yeah, that would be real rough.
Of course, putting the Banhar on the server doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to run it. Also,
we're seeing the crew.
We have the crew. That's the answer. We have the crew and Devil Charm, so we could run and trash the Anansi.
But if you run into another Anansi, which probably won't happen because ATN is lower on credits. I did not notice that.
I believe the text on Bonhar says the first ice you encounter during a run gains, this benefit. But the crew also says the first ice you are encountering. So I think that the Bonhar is used up. Right. I think the Bonhar gets used up in that process. So the Anansi's trashed. 3 credits. Still representing Seisentan because of Vovo Azeti.
Now it is possible we see a Tattoo Bola rezzed on this remote.
Tattoo would be good. Oh, a Surveyor. This is an alt art Surveyor, which is a card that doesn't see a ton of play, but in this deck has a lot of legs because it gains strength that scales with the number of ice installed on the server.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's currently at 6. And it does have trace subroutines, but those also scale.
Yeah,
with
the whole
ice on
thing gets scarier. I believe it is.
It's trace to do 2 tags and then trace to end the run.
Right. And yeah, X is twice the number. So it's basically 6. It's 6 here, right? So it's strength 6. It's going to trace 6 to give 2 tags and trace 6 to end the run.
Yep.
I wonder if Etienne has any tag punishment in this
So
deck.
we're seeing a res of a Biovault and a
Biovault.
pop.
Yep. So the install double advance, as you called it, was a Biovault.
So we're seeing the other advanceable thing tick up. One would guess an agenda. Take 2 credits.
And an attitude adjustment. Yeah. Just putting agendas back into the deck, making some money. There we go. We see a blood in the water and a bacterial reprogramming.
Okay, so we're seeing ATN go up to 4, making the remote a little bit more scary now.
Yeah, ATN.
As if Surveyor wasn't scary
It's
enough.
a pretty scary server, even on 4 credits. That Vovo is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Absolutely. Making that Jinteki ice still scary, even at low credit counts.
Jinteki always has the way of making the player seem kind of nasty, but I've been interacting with Etienne at the artist colony counter, selling art all weekend, and they're just delightful. So it's always a funny juxtaposition of the nice person playing the nasty corp deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, we put Bonhar on the remote server.
So it looks like Man in the Moon is thinking about not letting this server go. Just trying to challenge this server, not letting whatever is in there tick up.
It's fun. We did get an advancement from the Lacosta on the Lacosta, I think, which is just a thing that can happen. And sometimes you can use those with a card like a Trick of Light to help move them on to something in advance. I don't know if we'll see Trick of Light in ATN's deck, but...
Lacosta, I believe, also not optional, so you do actually have to advance them.
You got to put something on it, and that's why they sort of end up on there sometimes. You might not care about them, but you just do it. Both players poor, but that's the thing about Ice and Corpse is that once they're rezzed, generally speaking, they stay rezzed, which is obviously a little bit less in this meta with all the crews going around and trashing things.
Yeah, it's just that it looks like Man in the Moon doesn't really have a way to get in that's great that is going to pump up that Consume and that Audrey. Now, the leeches can go up, but if you can't get in anywhere, those counters aren't really going to do anything for you.
Yeah. Audrey being a bit of a liability that once you get locked out, similar to Turtle, right, to Amakua, once you get locked out, it's hard to reboot the thing, generally speaking.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, Man in the Moon having a think on the last click here.
Or the
Is it the first click? I think maybe the first, because we saw the Bonhar name. I don't think we've seen much happen. Sorry, we got in the tank. Pinhole threading. That is a Cat Chen pinhole threading alt art.
So Pinhole probably going through archives, into hit the Volvo.
Yeah, the Volvo.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Now this ice is a lot harder to res.
Yep.
That Volvo had to go.
It had to go, and it notably gives Audrey and Consume a counter.
Ooh, that is good. Pinhole's so good.
Yeah.
So good. Now running with the protection of Bonhar, potentially hitting Steel Skins. Oh, we see another Anansi, which cannot be rezzed.
No, it cannot.
Missed what that first one was. I think Atian would love for it to be a Tatubola.
Absolutely,
That
he
is
would.
not. That is a. Oh, it's the Trace one. What is it?
Kokogen?
Yeah.
I believe that's a side
It's a side game. I'm not Trace. Yes, it's a side game that can boop you in. But what's the target? You would boop them into the Surveyor probably. Okay, Konjin. So here, the runner and the corp are going to play a side game where they secretly bid 0 to 2 credits, and if the bids differ, then you choose another res piece of ice, and the runner just encounters it, and that could be pretty nasty here. But it's a 3 strength, and Audrey can break this, I think, because a card.
No, it does not have a subroutine.
But Audrey's an AI breaker. Oh, it doesn't have a subroutine. There's no
doesn't have a
subroutines to break.
subroutine.
Of course.
Yep.
That is the funny thing about this ice. It just, unless
So,
it's hushed.
One of the moves that could happen here is a boop into the Thimble Rig, forcing a break there, and then relying on the Surveyor to end the run.
Huh.
Because Thimble Rig...
Wait, I don't follow. What are you saying?
I believe because isn't Kokogen encountered before the boop?
It's just encounter, right? So the runner encounters that ice. It doesn't actually move you. It just says you have to encounter that ice. So I think that you would encounter, the Surveyor here potentially, and then it would fire its subroutines. And then if it doesn't end the run, you just proceed past the Kokogen. Konjin.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the triggering of the Banhar here.
Oh, right, Banhar.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, we've already encountered an ice, so the Banhar is already used up. So there's no net damage that can happen, right?
Yep.
This board state, a lot of creative decks being played. It's really testing the limits of my Netrunner knowledge.
Yeah, lots of interesting interactions in this deck being relied upon, I believe.
I think
both decks.
That looked like an Audrey pump for the Strike Fund. How do we get past the Konjin? I missed how we got past the Konjins.
Won the side.
Won the side game. I was distracted trying to figure out what was happening while I missed it, I suppose.
Yep. So dealing net damage.
Yep. Hitting a moshing and.
And it looks like also getting rid of that Lacosta.
Wow, tore down that whole remote.
Yep. Ticked up Audrey. Ticked up Consume. On 0 credits. 6 points. Just needed to touch one more agenda.
Man, things were looking grim for Man in the Moon for a while. Grim for Man in the Moon for a while there.
Yeah, absolutely. Making the moves, though, making some bold moves that were a little risky, but that risk paid off.
Okay, so now, without Devova, with no credits on hand, Etienne's in a difficult position here. How do they get back into this game? This is a rough spot. I think you can see a little bit of disappointment potentially on Etienne's face. That is a tough spot to be in.
Hansai review?
Hansai review. I mean, you need 5 credits first, right, to play the card. So
yeah, you
we
do.
We need to bounce back. An NGO or a Charlotte would help. I'm not sure if there's Charlottes in this deck. So we're going to be spending some time potentially just triple clicking for credits here. Yeah, we just see through click for 3.
Yeah.
And it's just what you have to do sometimes when you bottom out. Hopefully that turn off doesn't give Man in the Moon enough time and leverage to just get in and find that last agenda.
So Man in the Moon needs to touch one more agenda, is maybe looking at doing the aggressive running on R&D.
We haven't seen any counters on the twinning so far. Paladin has been ticking up, so if Paladin can install something, and Paladin's going to be unhappy this turn if it doesn't get used. then that would allow at least seeing 2 cards on R&D, which might mean the game, because Man of the Moon can get in here. If Etienne can't res that outermost piece of ice, the Thimblerig's just going to do a net.
Yep. So Paladin appears to be over and unhappy already, so we did see a Leech Trash, I believe, to take care of that.
Okay. A lot happening in this game. We see a Solidarity badge being installed. That's going to get, card draw or tag removal for trashing cards each turn. But it seems simply installed so that the twinning counter could be charged off the Paladin. Running in, using the Paladin, getting to see on HQ, getting to see 2 cards on HQ. Could be the game. That's an Anemone.
Anemone, yeah.
We're going to trash this with Freedom. Yes.
Yep, getting rid of it. Yeah, you don't want, since you are trashing all of your own cards, you don't want that to be lethal. And an Anemone, a surprise Anemone, especially with Banhar, can be devastating.
Yep, and that was just a Tattoo Bolo was the second access. The Freedom Trash, obviously charging the Audrey back up to make that potentially going to happen one more time next turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
And do we see any agendas in hand? We just saw the hand for a second and I missed it.
So we saw installs.
Double install.
Double
this could be just
advance.
another, it feels like another NGO. It has to be almost. If it is, then I think you kind of have to either assume that Etienne doesn't have the agenda in HQ or is sort of praying that it looks like there isn't an agenda in HQ.
Yeah, so maybe trying to get the runner to think that it is an NGO.
And we did see the Paladin get trashed off its own credits, I think, just
Spin
to...
Doctor.
Which is difficult. With the Paladin gone, charging the twinning is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
We saw that. It looks like the Banhar is on the remote, the R&D now.
Okay, so that Spin Doctor is getting removed from game to shuffle in cards. Looks like NGO and one other card that unfortunately I didn't track there.
Volvo. Apologies, but Banhar is not assigned. That was the start of the Corp tournament, so.
Yes, it's Italian. I look at the 3 cards. I can rearrange them and draw 1. I can trash 1 card from HQ to trash a resource.
Players having a little bit of a discussion. Okay, no, apologies. This is still the runner's turn. I lost track with the Corp shuffling in with Spin Doctor, running HQ here.
Yeah, notably, it's been a very long day for us as well, so we are sort of losing track of
I'm getting
the
fuzzy.
flow state of the game a little bit. And these decks are complicated for both players and for the commentators as well.
We saw draw a spin there.
Yeah, so another spin. We're seeing agendas in hand as well.
So is this the Sadaka firing? It is.
Yeah, looks like it. And we're seeing a pull
It's
and
a
that's
Surveyor.
Yeah.
Which, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not going to be able to trash with Freedom.
Yep. So there's 1 click remaining. It looks like
gonna run
Man
back.
of the Moon is going back and looking for that agenda and looking for it, and it gets it.
Oh, that's the game.
It gets it,
wow.
and that's the game.
Wow.
So Man in the Moon will be advancing to the progressive cut and the final 3 rounds of Swiss in day 2.
That was just before time on the round. That was like 20 seconds before time on the round got called. And it was in, definitely in Man of the Moon's favor there, being a 6 on 3, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that there could have been a score there very quickly on Etienne's side, but man, that game looked it looked unwinnable for Man of the Moon for a minute there.
Yeah, absolutely it did. So I think that this speaks to the quality of player that Man in the Moon is. Having some results that we've seen over the course of his career. When it looks really bad, when you're down and out, sometimes you continue to build the board, you continue to make the moves that you can make. And if you can make those moves that look a little bit sketchy, sometimes they can pay off. That remote not looking like it was challengeable for quite a while, being a classic, one of those things we call a clown car remote, but Man in the Moon trying to just get in there trash all the things in it, and that looked like it really paid off because from there, ATN just couldn't come back from my estimation.
These are the kind of narratives that I think that this game produces so well, and it does it so frequently too, is you get these games where it's just one player, there's no way out, and then they find the solution somehow against all odds and come back for the win. And it happens over and over again with good players. It's what keeps me playing this game. It is like the most fun to watch. So
Yeah, same. I mean, that happened over and over again today. That was a classic narrative that we saw across so many games where it looked like the games were lost. It looked like the games were something you could not come back from. Either the corp was up or the runner was up, and they were controlling the game. And often, sometimes those losing players were putting on a clinic. They were making all the right moves up until they didn't.
Netrunner's a great game, man. It's really good.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. So, well played to both players. Again, Man in the Moon is going to be advancing on. That was our final round that we'll be commentating.
Right.
And I am actually myself going to be hopping off comms. I will be back tomorrow. This gentleman right here is going to sit in with someone else to take you through the standings. But to everybody at home, I really appreciate you tuning in, listening to me talk about this game in what little way I can and with what little knowledge that I have.
Give yourself more credit.
And it's been a lot of fun. I'm really glad to be here at Worlds. So I'll be back soon. Thank you very much. Always be running, and Eric will be back with you with another commentator to give you some more news and recap the day.
We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the 2024 World Championships. This is just the wrapping of day one. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I go by he, him.
I'm Eric from Neon Static. I also go by he, him.
Thanks so much for joining us again. This has been a fantastic day. It is getting late here. We're 11 rounds in from 203. It's only 9:40. We've been here since 8:30 in the morning. It's been a great day, and hopefully you've been enjoying the stream. 203 players. Vine, just playing some single-sided Swiss. We've had the entire system shut down. It's got repaired. It's on another platform. Like, a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, and it's just been such a great day. We're going to give you a quick recap. So right over there on the other side of this wall, people are getting their prize support after day one of Swiss. Now, tomorrow brings a very exciting day. On day two, there's still more Swiss rounds. There are 3 more Swiss rounds, and how it works is all the players who have received at least 21 points today, so that's 7 wins, will be returning tomorrow to play 3 rounds of single-sided Swiss, starting very early in the morning before the start event, and from there we're going to be cutting from what is now 51 players returning down to 16.
It's a lot. That's a lot of paring down that needs to happen.
Yes, it is aggressive. And it's single-sided Swiss, so there's no 2-for-1s. We're just going to get some like really good, clean games until there's only 16 players left. We're going to give you a quick update. Again, you can follow at home on Aesop's tables. Please don't all refresh at once. It's been holding on, that's for sure. We're just going to give a couple shout-outs to some players. Again, 51 players will be returning tomorrow. The stream will be here still tomorrow, starting early. You can find us on YouTube and Twitch. You know where you're watching right now. Huge shout-out has to go to Jai, 31 points, undefeated.
A tie.
An ID.
An ID.
1 ID last round. Jai was wiped. Paired against D, they both. Yeah, I think
we
this
don't
makes
need
sense.
this right now,
we
right?
Don't need to do
yeah,
this. Go for dinner.
Is that confirmed cut?
I don't know. Maybe I'm not the best maths person
I'm
with this sort of
terrible
thing.
with ID, in which case it makes me worried to ever offer it, especially in single-sided Swiss.
You need to have a friend you can ask, but I'm pretty sure Jai on 31 points going tomorrow feels really good going into the top 16. Now, making day 2, making top 16, people have different, goals of what they want to land, but also just the higher seed you are going into the top cut, it's an advantage because you're going to be paired first against 16th. You get the side choice. It really matters. Following that, Sokka, your 2-time world champion, just following up on 27 points, while also Chenchling, Rotom Appliance. We have a couple 27s. Kizra, Arizon, and Tak. We've had the pleasure to see a couple of those players on stream, all on 27 points. A fantastic standing. Dion 26 with 2, I believe, draws to the day, putting them specifically uniquely at that very strange number. And then we have a field of 24s and, of course, all the 21s.
There have been... Okay, so first of all, 203 Netrunner players, mostly getting through 11 rounds of Netrunner.
That's a lot.
There's so many games that just happen out there. And every single person, and you're walking around after games, has a story to tell you about something that just happened in that game. Like, I have to tell you before you... No, stop. Don't walk away. Yeah. You need to hear this story. And it's like...
It's been nice.
This is the thing about this game that is not... You can't recreate it in any other way. I don't know.
No. We've been walking around talking to people, whether it's their first tournament or their 8th tournament. Chenchling, 8 world championships in a row, finding himself at table 1, saying like, hey, I think I'm doing this. Yeah, Sokka, it's like, that's a hard matchup for sure, but super stoked to see him.
Local player Bushi, notably, for me, I want to shout out. In 13th place, Bushi is a champion of this game. It does a huge amount of organizing.
If you're on the East Coast,
you know Dan B, right? And made it to 13th place with 8 and 3. It looks like, just a really, really good showing for Dan. So, like, shout out to Dan, a friend of ours. The King coming in. Let's see, was that 8? I can do math, right? 5 plus 3 is 8 and 3 as well.
Yeah. Some strong scores. We got to see the King on stream, which is really great against Sokka.
That was amazing.
We were 10 rounds in, and Jeff made a little joke. We got one more round. You can leave if you want to. We'll prize you out. But otherwise, it's getting late, and there was a bit of a chant. One more round, and I think everyone's still playing, but this should be it.
But it's just one more game, right? What's one more game?
And the room goes for the chant, which, you love to hear it. This might be it for today. Again, this is only day 1 of Swiss. If you want to come back tomorrow early in the morning here on West Coast time, we'll be starting with 3 more rounds of single-sided Swiss. From that point on, we're going to a top 16 cut. That is double elimination, as you might know, in top brackets, and you're going to be in for a treat. Some of the best Netrunner you're going to be seeing this year, televised here again. If you're watching on Twitch and YouTube, thanks so much for joining us today. It's been a great day. I know I've had a great time. Huge shout out to the stream production team that have been off camera, just killing it. It's been an absolute treat. And with that, we'll be back real soon for day 2 of the 2024 Netrunner World Championship. Thanks for watching.
Thanks.